A pitch, in other words. That brought him back to the here and now. He grinned, and for a moment I was with the Reverend Jacobs I remembered from my childhood. Yes, okay, a pitch. By then I was using a ruthenium and gold alloy, and consequently the rings were much smaller, and even more powerful. Shall we leave, Jamie? You're looking a bit unsettled. I am. I may not understand your juice, but I can feel it. Almost like it's putting bubbles in my blood. He laughed. Yes, you could say the atmosphere in here is electric. I enjoy it, but then I'm used to it. Come, let's step outside and get some fresh air. The outside world never smelled sweeter than it did as we strolled back toward the house. I have one more question, Charlie, if you don't mind. He sighed, but didn't look displeased. Once out of that claustrophobia-inducing little room, he seemed sane again. Glad to answer, if I can. You tell the Rubes your wife and son drowned. Why do you lie? I don't see what purpose it can serve. He stopped and lowered his head. When he lifted it, I saw that serene normality had taken a hike, if it had ever been there at all. On his face was a rage so deep and black that I involuntarily fell back a step. The breeze had tumbled his thinning hair over his lined brow. He swept it back and then pressed his palms to his temples, like a man suffering a monster headache. Yet when he spoke, his voice was toneless and low. If not for the look on his face, I might have mistaken it for reasonableness. They don't deserve the truth. You called them rubes, and how right you are. They've set aside what brains they have, and many of them have quite a lot, and put their faith in that gigantic and fraudulent insurance company called religion. It promises them an eternity of joy in the next life if they live according to the rules in this one. And many of them try, but even that's not enough. When the pain comes, they want miracles. To them, I'm nothing but a witch doctor who touches them with magic rings instead of shaking a bone rattle over them. Haven't any of them found out the truth? My researches with Bree had convinced me that Fox Mulder was right about one thing. The truth is out there, and anyone in our current age, where almost everyone is living in a glass house, can find it with a computer and an internet connection. Aren't you listening to me? They don't deserve the truth, and that's okay, because they don't want it. He smiled, and his teeth appeared, the upper and lower sets locked together. They don't want the Beatitudes of the Song of Solomon either. They only want to be healed. Stamper didn't glance up as we crossed the kitchen. 2 of the mail bins had been emptied, and he was working on the 3rd. The liquor box now looked about half full. There were some checks, but mostly it was crumpled currency. I thought of what Jacobs had said about witch doctors. In Sierra Leone, his customers would be lined up outside the door, bearing produce and chickens with freshly wrung necks. Same thing, really. All of it's just the kick, the grab, the take. Back in the library, Jacob seated himself with a grimace and drank the rest of his lemonade. I'll have to piss all afternoon, he said. It's the curse of growing old. The reason I was glad to see you, Jamie, is because I want to hire you. You want to what? You heard me. Al will be leaving soon. I'm not sure he knows it yet, but I do. He wants no part of my scientific work. Even though he knows it's the basis of my cures, he thinks it's an abomination. I almost said, what if he's right? You can do his job. Open each day's mail, catalog the correspondents' names and complaints, put aside the love offerings. Once a week drive down to Latchmore and deposit the checks. You'll vet gate callers. Their numbers are drying up, but there are still at least a dozen a week, and then turn them away. He turned to face me directly. You can also do what Al refuses to do. Help me along the final steps to my goal. I'm very close, but I'm not strong. An assistant would be invaluable, and we've worked well before. I don't know how much Hugh is paying you, but I'll double, no, triple it. What do you say? At first I could say nothing. I was stunned. Jamie, I'm waiting. I picked up the lemonade, and this time the melting remnants of the ice cubes did click together. I drank, then put it down again. You speak of a goal. Tell me what it is. He considered, or appeared to. Not yet. Come to work for me and get to understand the power and beauty of the secret electricity a little better. Perhaps then. I stood and held out my hand. It's been nice to see you again. Another of those things you just say, a bit of grease to keep the wheels turning. But this lie was a lot bigger than telling him he looked great. Take care of yourself, and be careful. He stood, but didn't take my hand. I'm disappointed in you, and, I confess, rather angry. You came a long way to scold a tired old man who once saved your life. Charlie, what if this secret electricity of yours gets out of your control? It won't. I'll bet the people in charge at Chernobyl felt that way, too. That's beyond low. I allowed you into my home because I expected gratitude and understanding. I see I was wrong on both counts. Al will show you out. I need to lie down. I'm very tired. Charlie, I do feel gratitude. I appreciate what you've done for me, but... His face was stony and gray. Always a but. Secret electricity aside, I can't work for a man who's taking revenge on broken people because he can't take revenge on God for killing his wife and son. His face went from gray to white. How dare you? How dare you? You may be curing some of them, I said, but you're pissing on all of them. I'll leave now. I don't need Mr. Stamper to show me out. I started back toward the front door. I was crossing the rotunda, my heels clacking on the marble, when he called after me, his voice amplified by all that open space. We're not done, Jamie. I promise you that. Not even close to done. I didn't need Stamper to open the gate, either. It rolled back automatically as my car approached. At the foot of the access road, I stopped, saw that I had bars on my cell, and called Bree. She answered on the first ring and asked if I was all right before I could even open my mouth. I said I was, and then told her that Jacobs had offered me a job. Are you serious? Yes. I told him no. Well, damn, of course you did. That's not the important part, though. He says he's done with the revival tours and done healing. From the disgruntled demeanor of Mr. Al Stamper, formerly of the Volites and now Charlie's personal assistant, I believe him. So it's over? As the Lone Ranger used to say to his faithful Indian sidekick, Tonto, our work here is done. As long as he doesn't blow up the world with his secret electricity. Call me when you get back to Colorado. I'll do that, Sweet Pea. How's New York? It's great. The enthusiasm I heard in her voice made me feel a lot older than 53. We talked about her new life in the big city for a while. Then I put my car in drive and turned onto the highway, heading back to the airport. A few miles down the road, I looked into my rear view and saw an orange moonlit in the back seat. I'd forgotten to give Charlie his pumpkin. Chapter 10. Wedding bells, how to boil a frog, the homecoming party. You will want to read this. Although I talked to Bree many times over the next 2 years, I didn't actually see her again until June 19th of 2011, when in a church on Long Island, she became Brianna Donlin Hughes. Many of the calls were about Charles Jacobs and his troubling cures. We found half a dozen more who were suffering probable after effects. But as time passed, our conversations focused more and more on her job and George Hughes, whom she had met at a party and with whom she was soon sharing accommodations. He was a high-powered corporate lawyer. He was African-American, and he had just turned 30. I was sure Bree's mother was satisfied on all counts, or as satisfied as the single mother of an only child can be. Meanwhile, Pastor Danny's website had gone dark, and internet chatter about him had thinned to a trickle. There were speculations that he was either dead or in a private institution somewhere, probably under an assumed name and suffering from Alzheimer's. By late 2010, I gleaned only 2 pieces of hard intelligence, both interesting but neither illuminating. Al Stamper had released a gospel CD called Thank You, Jesus. Guest artists included Hugh Yeats's idol, Mavis Staples, and The Latches was once more available for lease to qualified individuals or organizations. Charles Daniel Jacobs had dropped off the radar. Hugh Yeats charted a Gulf Stream for the nuptials and packed everyone from the Wolf Jar Ranch on board. Mookie MacDonald represented the 60s admirably at the wedding, turning up in a paisley shirt with billowy sleeves, pipe-stem trousers, suede beetle boots, and a psychedelic headscarf. The mother of the bride was just short of eye-popping in a vintage Ann Lowe dress she'd gotten on consignment, and as the vows were exchanged, she watered her corsage with copious tears. The groom could have stepped out of a Nora Roberts novel, tall, dark, and handsome. He and I had a friendly conversation at the reception before the party began its inevitable journey from tipsy conversation to drunk-ass dancing. I had no sense that Bree had told him I was the jalopy with the rusty rocker panels on which she had learned, although I was sure that someday she would. In bed after particularly good sex, likely as not. That was fine with me, because I wouldn't have to be there for the inevitable masculine eye roll. The Netherland group went back to Colorado via American Airlines, because Hugh's gift to the newlyweds was use of the Gulf Stream, which would fly them to their Hawaiian honeymoon retreat. When he announced this during the toasts, Bree squealed like a 9-year-old, jumped up and hugged him. I'm sure Charles Jacobs was the furthest thing from her mind at that moment, which was just as it should have been. But he never left mine. Not completely. As the hour grew late, I saw Mookie whispering to the leader of the band, a very decent rock and blues combo, with a strong lead singer and a good backlog of oldies at their command. The bandleader nodded and asked if I'd like to come up and play guitar with the band for a set or two. I was tempted, but my better angels won the day, and I begged off. You may never be too old to rock and roll, but skills fade as the years stack up, and the chances of making a fool of oneself in public grow better. I didn't exactly consider myself retired, but I hadn't played in front of a live audience in over a year, and only sat in on 3 or 4 recording sessions, all cases of dire emergency. I did not acquit myself well in any of them. During the playback of one, I caught the drummer grimacing, as if he'd bitten into something sour. He saw me looking at him and said the bass had fallen out of tune. It hadn't, and we both knew it. If it's ridiculous for a man in his 50s to be playing bedroom games with a woman young enough to be his daughter, it's just as ridiculous for him to be playing a Strat and high-stepping to Dirty Water. Still, I watched those guys kick out the jams with some longing and quite a lot of nostalgia. Someone took my hand, and I looked around to see Georgia Donlin. How much do you miss it, Jamie? Not as much as I respect it, I said, which is why I'm sitting here. Those guys are good. And you're not anymore? I found myself remembering the day I had walked into my brother Con's bedroom and heard his acoustic Gibson whispering to me, telling me I could play Cherry Cherry. Jamie, she snapped her fingers in front of my eyes. Come back, Jamie. I'm good enough to amuse myself, I said, but my days of getting up in front of a crowd with a guitar are over. Turned out I was wrong about that. In 2012, I turned 56. Hugh and his longtime girlfriend took me out to dinner. On the way home, I remembered a bit of old folklore. Probably you've heard it, about how to boil a frog. You put it in cold water, then start turning up the heat. If you do it gradually, the frog is too stupid to jump out. I don't know if it's true or not, but I decided it was an excellent metaphor for growing old. When I was a teenager, I looked at over 50s with pity and unease. They walk too slow, they talk too slow, they watch TV instead of going out to movies and concerts. Their idea of a great party was hot pot with the neighbors and tucked into bed after the 11 o'clock news. But, like most other 50, 60, and 70-somethings who are in relative good health, I didn't mind it so much when my turn came. Because the brain doesn't age. although its ideas about the world may harden, and there's a greater tendency to run off at the mouth about how things were in the good old days. I was spared that, at least, because most of my so-called good old days have been spent as a full-bore, straight-on for Texas drug addict. I think for most people, life's deceptive deliriums begin to fall away after 50. The days speed up, the aches multiply, and your gait slows down. But there are compensations. In calmness comes appreciation, and, in my case, a determination to be as much of a do-right daddy as possible in the time I had left. That meant ladling out soup once a week at a homeless shelter in Boulder, and working for 3 or 4 political candidates with the radical idea that Colorado should not be paved over. I still dated the occasional lady. I still played tennis twice a week and rode my bike at least 6 miles a day, which kept my stomach flat and my endorphins flowing. Sure, I saw a few more lines around my mouth and eyes when I shaved, but on the whole, I thought I looked about the same as ever. That, of course, is the benign illusion of one's later years. It took going back to Harlow in the summer of 2013 for me to understand the truth. I was just another frog in a pot. The good news was that so far the temperature had only been turned up to medium. The bad was that the process wouldn't be stopping any time soon. The 3 true ages of man are youth, middle age, and how the fuck did I get old so soon? On June 19th of 2013, 2 years to the day after Bree's marriage to George Hughes, and a year after the birth of their first child, I arrived home from a less than stellar recording session to find an envelope gaily decorated with balloons in my mailbox. The return address was familiar. RFD number 2, Methodist Road, Harlow, Maine. I opened it and found myself looking at a photograph of my brother Terry's family with this caption: 2 are better than 1. Please come to our party. I paused before opening it, noting Terry's white hair, Annabelle's expanding paunch, and the 3 young adults who were their children. The little girl who had once run giggling through the lawn sprinkler in nothing but a saggy pair of Smurfette underpants was now a good-looking young woman with a baby, my grandniece Carolyn, in her arms. One of my nephews, the skinny one, looked like Con. The husky one looked eerily like our father, and a little like me. Poor guy. I flipped the invitation open. Help us celebrate 2 big days on August 31st, 2013. The 35th wedding anniversary of Terrence and Annabelle. The first birthday of Carolyn. Time, 12 noon to... Place, our house to start, then Eureka Grange. Food, plenty. Band, the Castle Rock All-Stars. BYOB, don't you dare. Beer and wine will flow. Below this was a note from my brother. Although only months from his 60th birthday, Terry wrote in the same grade school scrawl that had caused one of his teachers to send him home with a note reading, "Terrence must improve his penmanship," paperclipped to his rank card. Hey, Jamie, please come to the party, okay? No excuses accepted when you've got 2 months to arrange your schedule. If Connie can come from Hawaii, you can manage the trip from Carlo. We miss you, little bro. I dropped the invitation into the wicker basket on the back of the kitchen door. I called this the sometime basket because it was full of correspondence that I vaguely believed I'd answer sometime, which actually meant never, as you probably know. I told myself I had no desire to go back to Harlow, and this may have been true, but the pull of family was still there. Springsteen might have had something when he wrote that line about nothing feeling better than blood on blood. I had a cleaning lady named Darlene who came by once a week to vacuum and dust and change the bed, a chore I still felt guilty about delegating, having been taught to do myself back in the day. She was a morose old thing, and I made it my business to be out when she was in. On one of Darlene's days, I came back to find she had fished the invitation out of the sometime basket and propped it open on the kitchen table. She had never done such a thing before, and I took it as an omen. That night, I sat down at my computer, sighed, and sent Terry a 3-word email. Count me in. That was quite a Labor Day weekend. I enjoyed the hell out of myself and could hardly believe I'd come close to saying no, or saying nothing. which probably would have severed my already frayed family ties for good. It was hot in New England, and the descent into Portland Jetport on Friday afternoon was unusually bumpy in the unstable air. The drive north to Castle County was slow, but not because of traffic. I had to look at every old landmark, the farms, the rock walls, Brownie store, now closed and dark, and marvel over them. It was as if my childhood was still here, barely visible under a piece of plastic that had become scratched and dusty and semi-opaque with the passage of time. It was past 6 in the evening when I got to the home place, where an addition had been built on, nearly doubling its original size. There was a red Mazda in the driveway that screamed airport rental, like my Ford Eclipse, and a Morton fuel oil truck parked on the lawn. The truck was garlanded with enough crepe paper and flowers to make it look like a parade float. A big sign propped against the front wheels read, "The score is Terry and Annabelle 35, Carolyn 1. Both winners. You found the party. Come on in." I parked, walked up the steps, raised my fist to knock, thought, what the hell, I grew up here, and just strolled in. For a moment I felt as if I had flipped back in time to the years when I could tell my age with a single number. My family was crowded around the dining room table, just as they had been in the 60s, all talking at once, laughing and squabbling, passing pork chops, mashed potatoes, and a platter covered with a damp dish towel. Corn on the cob, kept warm just as my mother used to do it. At first I didn't recognize the distinguished gray-haired man at the living room end of the table, and I certainly didn't know the dark-haired hunk of handsome sitting next to him. Then the Professor Emeritus type caught sight of me and rose to his feet, his face lighting up, and I realized it was my brother Con. "Jamie!" he shouted, and button-hooked around the table, almost knocking Annabelle out of her chair. He grabbed me in a bear hug and covered my face with kisses. I laughed and pounded him on the back. Then Terry was there as well, grabbing both of us, and the three brothers did a kind of clumsy mitzvah dance, making the floor shake. I saw that Con was crying, and I felt a bit like crying myself. "Stop it, you guys," Terry said, although he was still jumping himself. "We'll wind up in the basement." For a while we went on jumping. It seemed to me that we had to, and that was all right. That was good. Con introduced the hunk, who was probably 20 years his junior, as my good friend from the University of Hawaii Botany Department. I shook hands with him, wondering if they had bothered to take 2 rooms at the Castle Rock Inn. In this day and age, probably not. I can't remember when I first realized that Con was gay. Probably while he was in grad school and I was still playing Land of a Thousand Dances with the Cumberlands at the University of Maine. I'm sure our parents knew much earlier. They didn't make a big deal of it, and so none of us did either. Children learn much more by mute example than by spoken rules, or so it seems to me. I only heard Dad allude to his second son's sexual orientation once, during the late 80s. It must have made a big impression on me, because those were my blackout years, and I called home as seldom as possible. I wanted my dad to know I was still alive, but I was always afraid he might hear my oncoming death, which I'd pretty much accepted in my voice. "I pray for Connie every night," he said during that call. "This damn AIDS thing. It's like they're letting it spread on purpose." Con had avoided that and looked awesomely healthy now, but there was no disguising the fact that he was getting on, especially sitting next to his friend from the botany department. I had a flash memory of Con and Ronnie Paquette sitting shoulder to shoulder on the living room couch, singing House of the Rising Sun and trying to harmonize, an exercise in futility if there ever was one. Some of this must have shown on my face, because Con grinned as he wiped his eyes. "Been a long time since we were arguing over whose turn it was to bring in Ma's laundry off the line, huh?" "Long time," I agreed, and thought again of a frog too dumb to realize the water in his stovetop pond was growing ever warmer. Terry and Annabelle's daughter, Dawn, joined us with Carolyn in her arms. The baby's eyes were that shade our mother used to call Morton blue. "Hi, Uncle Jamie. Here's your grandniece. She's 1 tomorrow, and she's getting a new tooth to celebrate." "Oh, she's beautiful." Can I hold her? Dawn smiled shyly at the stranger she'd last seen when she was still in braces. You can try, but she usually bawls her head off when it's someone she doesn't know. I took the baby, ready to hand her back the second the yowls started. Only they didn't. Carolyn examined me, reached out a hand, and tweaked my nose. Then she laughed. My family cheered and applauded. The baby looked around, startled, then looked back at me with what I could have sworn were my mother's eyes, and laughed again. The actual party the next day had much the same cast, only with more supporting characters. Some I recognized at once, others looked vaguely familiar, and I realized several were children of people who had worked for my father long ago, and now worked for Terry, whose empire had grown. As well as the fuel oil business, he owned a New England-wide chain of convenience stores called Morton's Fast Shops. Bad handwriting had been no bar to success. A catering crew from Castle Rock presided over 4 grills, dealing out hamburgers and hot dogs to go with a mind-boggling array of salads and desserts. Beer flowed from steel kegs and wine from wooden ones. As I chowed down on a bacon-loaded calorie bomb in the backyard, one of Terry's salesmen, drunk, cheerful, and voluble, told me Terry also owned Splash City in Freiburg and Littleton Raceway in New Hampshire. That track don't make a cent of money, the salesman said, but you know Terry. He always loved the stocks and bombers. I remembered him working with my father on various incarnations of the Road Rocket in the garage, both of them dressed in greasy T-shirts and saggy butt coveralls, and suddenly realized that my hometown country mouse brother was well-to-do, perhaps even rich. Every time Dawn brought Carolyn near, the little girl held her arms out to me. I ended up toting her around for most of the afternoon, and she finally fell asleep on my shoulder. Seeing this, her dad relieved me of my burden. I'm amazed, he said as he laid her on a blanket in the shade of the backyard's biggest tree. She never takes to folks like that. I'm flattered, I said, and kissed the sleeping baby's teething, flushed cheek. There was a lot of talk about old days and old times, the kind of chatter that's fabulously interesting to those who were there and stupendously boring to those who weren't. I steered clear of the beer and wine, so when the party moved 4 miles down the road to the Eureka Grange, I was one of the designated drivers, trying to find my way through the gears of a monster king cab pickup that belonged to the oil company. I hadn't driven a Standard in 30 years, and my inebriated passengers, there must have been a dozen, counting the 7 or so in the truck bed, howled with laughter each time I popped the clutch and the truck lurched. It was a wonder none of them tumbled out the back. The catering crew had arrived ahead of us, and there were already food tables set up along the sides of a dance floor that I remembered well. I stood there, looking at that expanse of polished wood until Con squeezed my shoulder. Bring back memories, baby brother? I thought of walking onto the bandstand for the first time, scared to death and smelling the sweat that came roasting up from my armpits in waves. And later, Mom and Dad waltzing by as we played Who'll Stop the Rain. More than you'll ever know, I said. I think I do, he said, and hugged me. In my ear, he whispered it again. I think I do. There were maybe 70 people at the home place for the noon meal. By 7 o'clock, there were twice that many at Eureka Grange number 7, and the place could have used some of Charlie Jacobs' magic air conditioning to augment the lackadaisical ceiling fans. I grabbed the sort of dessert that was still a Harlow specialty, lime jello with bits of canned fruit suspended in it, and took it outside. I walked around the corner of the building, nibbling away with a plastic spoon, and there was the fire escape beneath which I had kissed Astrid Soderbergh for the first time. I remembered how the fur parka she had been wearing framed the perfect oval of her face. I remembered the taste of her strawberry lipstick. Was it all right? I'd asked, and she replied, Do it again, and I'll tell you. Hey, freshie, from right behind me, making me jump. Want to play some music tonight? At first, I didn't recognize him. The lanky, long-haired teenager who had recruited me to play rhythm guitar in Chrome Roses was now bald on top, gray on the sides, and sporting a gut that hung over his tight, cinched trousers. I stared at him, my little paper bowl of Jell-O drooping in one hand. Norm? Norm Irving? He grinned widely enough to flash gold teeth at the back of his mouth. I dropped my Jell-O and hugged him. He laughed and hugged me back. We told each other that we looked great. We told each other it had been too long. And, of course, we talked about the old days. Norm said he'd gotten Hattie Greer pregnant and married her. It only lasted a few years, but after a period of post-divorce acrimony, they decided to put the past aside and be friends. Their daughter, Denise, was now pushing 40 and owned her own hair salon in Westbrook. Free and clear, too. Bank all paid off. I got 2 boys by my second wife, but between you and me, Deanie's my darling. Hattie's got 1 by her second husband. He leaned closer, smiling grimly. In and out of jail. Kid's not worth the powder to blow him to hell. What about Kenny and Paul? Kenny Laughlin, our bass player, had also married his Chrome Roses sweetie, and they were still married. He owns an insurance agency in Lewiston. Doing good. He's here tonight. You didn't see him? No. Although maybe I had, and I just didn't recognize him. And maybe he hadn't recognized me. As for Paul Bouchard, Norm shook his head. He was climbing in Acadia State Park and took a fall. Lived 2 days, then passed away. 1990, that was. Probably a mercy. Doc said he would have been paralyzed from the neck down if he'd lived. What they call a quad. For a moment, I imagined our old drummer pulling through, lying in bed with a machine to help him breathe, and watching Pastor Danny on TV. I shook the thought away. What about Astrid? Do you know where she is? Down east somewhere. Castine, Rockland. He shook his head. Don't remember. I know she dropped out of college to get married, and her folks were pissed at her. Probably double pissed when she got divorced. I think she runs a restaurant, one of those lobster shack things, but don't quote me. You guys had it bad, didn't you? Yes, I said. We sure did. He nodded. Young love. Nothing on earth like it. Not sure I'd want to see her these days, because the old Soderberger was stepping dynamite back then. Stepping nitro, wasn't she? Yes, I said, thinking of the ruined cabin next to Skytop, and the iron rod, and how it glowed red when the lightning struck it. Yes, she was. For a moment, we said nothing. Then he clapped me on the shoulder. Anyway, what do you think? Gonna gig with us? You better say yes, because the band's gonna be fucking lame if you say no. You're in the band, the Castle Rock All-Stars? Kenny, too? Sure. We don't play much anymore, not like the old days. But no way we could turn this one down. Did my brother Terry put you up to this? He might have thought you'd come up for a tune or two, but no. He just wanted a band from the old days. And me and Kenny are about the only ones from back then who are still alive, still hanging around this shit-all neck of the woods, and still playing. Our rhythm guy's a carpenter from Lisbon Falls, and last Wednesday he fell off a roof and broke both legs. Ouch, I said. His ouch is my gain, Norm Irving said. We were going to play as a trio, which, as you know, sucks the bird. 3 out of 4 Chrome Roses ain't bad, considering we played our last gig at the Pal Hop up the city over 35 years ago. So come on, reunion tour and all that. Norm, I don't have a guitar. I got 3 in the truck, he said. You can take your pick. Just remember, we start with Hang On Sloopy. We trooped on stage to enthusiastic, alcohol-fueled applause. Kenny Laughlin, as thin as ever, but now sporting several less than lovely moles on his face, looked up from adjusting the strap on his Fender P bass and dapped me. I wasn't nervous, as I had been the first time I stood on the stage with guitar in my hands, but I did feel as if I were having a particularly vivid dream. Norm adjusted his mic one-handed, just as he always had, and addressed the audience waiting to bust a few of their old-time rock and roll moves. It says Castle Rock All-Stars on the drum kit, folks. But tonight we got a special guest on rhythm, and for the next couple of hours, we're Chrome Roses again. Kick it in, Jamie. I thought of kissing Astrid under the fire escape. I thought of Norm's rusty microbus and of his father Cicero, sitting on the busted-down sofa in his old trailer, rolling dope and zigzag papers and telling me if I wanted to get my license first crack out of the basket, I better cut my fucking hair. I thought of playing teen dances at the Auburn Rolodrome, and how we never stopped when the inevitable fights broke out between the kids from Edward Little and Lisbon High, or those from Lewiston High and St. Dom's. We just turned it up louder. I thought of how life had been before I realized I was a frog in a pot. I shouted, 1, 2, you know what to do. We kicked it in. Key of E. All that shit starts in E. In the 70s, we might have played until 1 o'clock curfew, but this was no longer the 70s, and by 11 o'clock, we were dripping sweat and exhausted. That was okay. On Terry's orders, the beer and wine had been whisked away at 10, and with no more firewater, the crowd thinned out fast. Most of those remaining had resumed their seats, content to listen, but too exhausted to dance. "You're a hell of a lot better than you used to be, Freshie," Norm said as we racked our instruments. "So are you." Which was as much a lie as, "You look great." At 14, I never would have believed the day would come when I'd be a better rock guitarist than Norm Irving. But that day had come. He gave me a smile to say he knew what was better left unspoken. Kenny joined us, and the 3 remaining members of Chrome Roses huddled in a hug we would have called faggot stuff when we were in high school. Terry joined us, along with Terry Jr., his eldest son. My brother looked tired, but he also looked supremely happy. "Listen, Con and his friend took a bunch of folks who were too loaded to drive back to Castle Rock. Will you haul a bunch of Harlow folks in the King cab if I lend you Terry Jr. to co-pilot?" I said I'd be happy to, and after a final so long to Norm and Kenny, accompanied by those weird limp fish handshakes peculiar to musicians, I gathered up my load of drunkies and set off. For a while, my nephew gave me instructions I hardly needed, even in the dark, but by the time I offloaded the last 2 or 3 couples out on Stackpole Road, he had ceased. I looked over and saw the kid was leaning against the passenger window, fast asleep. I woke him when we got back to the home place on Methodist Road. He kissed my cheek, which touched me more deeply than he could know, and stumbled into the house, where he would probably sleep until noon on Sunday, as adolescents are prone to do. I wondered if he would do so in my old room, and decided probably not. He'd be quartered in the new addition. Time changes everything, and maybe that's okay. I hung the King cab's keys on the rack in the hall, headed out to my rental car, and spied lights in the barn. I walked over, peeped in, and there was Terry. He had changed out of his party duds and into a coverall. His newest toy, a Chevy SS from the late 60s or early 70s, gleamed under the hanging lights like a blue jewel. He was Simonizing it. He looked up when I came in. "Can't sleep just yet. Too much excitement. I'll buff on this baby for a while, then toddle off to bed." I ran my hand up the hood. "It's beautiful. Now it is, but you should have seen it when I picked it up at auction down in Portsmouth. Looked like junk to most of the buyers there, but I thought I could bring it back." "Revive it," I said, not really talking to Terry. He gave me a thoughtful look, then shrugged. "You could call it that, I guess. And once I drop a new tranny in her, it'll be most of the way there. Not much like the old road rockets, is it?" I laughed. "You remember when the first one went ass over teapot at the Speedway?" Terry rolled his eyes. "First lap. Fucking Dwayne Robichaud. I think he got his license at Sears and Roebuck." "Is he still around?" "Nah. Dead 10 years. 10 at least. Brain cancer. By the time they found it, poor bastard never had a chance." "Suppose I were a neurosurgeon," Jacobs had said that day at the Latches. "Suppose I told you your chances of dying were 25%. Wouldn't you still go ahead?" "That's tough," he nodded. "Remember what we used to say when we were kids? What's tough? Life? What's life? A magazine. How much does it cost? 15 cents. I only got a dime. That's tough. What's tough? Life?" Around and around it went. I remember. Back then we thought it was a joke. I hesitated. "Do you think of Claire very much, Terry?" He tossed his polishing rag into a bucket and went to the sink to wash his hands. There'd been nothing but one faucet back in the day, just cold, but now there were two. He turned them on, grabbed a cake of lava, and began to soap up, all the way up to the elbows, just as Dad had taught us. Every damn day. I think of Andy, too, but less often. That was what you call the natural order of things, I guess, although he might have lived a little longer if he hadn't been so fond of his knife and fork. What happened to Claire, though, that was just fucking wrong, you know? Yes. He leaned against the hood of the SS, looking at nothing in particular. Remember how beautiful she was? He shook his head slowly. Our beautiful sister. That bastard. That beast. Cheated her out of all the years she still had coming, then took the coward's way out. He swiped a hand across his face. We shouldn't talk about Claire. It makes me emotional. It made me emotional, too. Claire, who had been just enough older for me to see her as a kind of backup mom. Claire, our beautiful sister, who never hurt anyone. We walked across the dooryard, listening to the crickets sing in the high grass. They always sing the loudest in late August and early September, as if they know summer is ending. Terry stopped at the foot of the steps, and I saw his eyes were still wet. He'd had a good day, but a long and stressful one just the same. I'd been wrong to bring up Claire at the end of it. Stay the night, little bro. The couch is a pull-out. No, I said. I promised Connie I'd have breakfast with him and his partner at the inn in the morning. Partner, he said and rolled his eyes. Right. Now, Terrence. Don't go all 20th century on me. These days they could get married in a dozen states if they wanted, including this one. Oh, I don't mind that. Who marries who ain't none of mine, but partner ain't what that guy is, no matter what Connie may think. I know a freeloader when I see one. Christ, he's half Con's age. That made me think of Brianna, who was less than half my age. I gave Terry a hug and a peck on the cheek. I'll see you tomorrow. Lunch before I head back to the airport. You got it. And Jamie, you played the spots off that guitar tonight. I thanked him and walked to my car. I was opening the door when he spoke my name. I turned back. Do you remember Reverend Jacobs last Sunday in the pulpit, when he gave what we used to call the terrible sermon? Yes, I said, very well. We were all so shocked at the time, and we chalked it up to the grief he was feeling over the loss of his wife and son. But you know what? When I think of Claire, I think I'd like to find him and shake his hand. Terry's arms, brawny like our father's, were folded over his coverall. Because what I think now is that he was brave to say those things. What I think now is that every word was right. Terry might have gotten rich, but he was still thrifty, and we ate catered leftovers for Sunday lunch. For most of it, I held Carolyn on my lap, feeding her tiny bits of things. When it was time for me to go and I handed her back to Dawn, the baby held her arms out to me. No, honey, I said, kissing that incredibly smooth forehead. I have to go. She only had a dozen words or so. One of them was now my name. But I've read that their understanding is much greater, and she knew what I was telling her. The little face wrinkled up. She held her arms out again, and tears filled those blue eyes that were the same shade as my mother's and my dead sister's. Go quick, Con said, or you'll have to adopt her. So I went. Back to my rental car, back to Portland Jetport, back to Denver International, back to Netherland. But I kept thinking of those chubby, outstretched arms and those tear-filled Morton blue eyes. She was just a year old, but she wanted me to stay longer. That's how you know you're home, I think, no matter how far you've gone from it or how long you've been in some other place. Home is where they want you to stay longer. During March of 2014, after most of the ski bunnies had left Vail, Aspen, Steamboat Springs, and our own Eldora Mountain, came news of a monster blizzard approaching. Our piece of the famed polar vortex had dropped 4 feet on Greeley already. I hung in at Wolfjaw for most of the day, helping Hugh and Mookie batten down the studios in the big house. I stayed until the wind began to pick up and the first flurries started to scatter down from the leaden skies. Then Georgia came out, dressed in a barn coat, earmuffs, and a Wolfjaw Ranch gimme cap. She was in full scold mode. "You send those guys home," she told Hugh, "unless you want them stuck side of the road somewhere until June." "Like the Donner Party," I said, "but I'd never eat Mookie. Too tough." "Go on, you two, scat," Hugh said. "Just double-check the studio doors on your way down to the road." We did so, and checked the barn for good measure. I even took time to dole out apple slices, although Bartleby, my favorite, had died 3 years ago. By the time I dropped Mookie off at his rooming house, it was snowing hard and the wind was blowing 30 or more. Downtown Nederland was deserted, the traffic lights swinging, and drifts already piling up in the doorways of shops that had already closed early for the day. "Get home fast," Mookie shouted to be heard over the wind. He had knotted his bandana over his mouth and nose, making him look like an elderly outlaw. I did as he said, the wind shouldering at my car like a bad-tempered bully the whole way. It pushed me even harder as I made my way up the walk, clutching my collar to my face, which was clean-shaven and unprepared for what Colorado winter felt like when it decided to get serious. I had to use both hands to yank the foyer door shut once I was inside. I checked my mailbox and saw a single letter. I pulled it out, and one glance was enough to tell me who it was from. Jacob's handwriting had grown shaky and spidery, but was still recognizable. The only surprise was the return address. General delivery, Moughton, Maine. Not quite my hometown, but right next door. Too close for comfort, in my opinion. I tapped the envelope against my palm and almost obeyed my first impulse, which was to rip it to pieces, open the door, and scatter the shreds to the wind. I still imagine doing that, every day, sometimes every hour, and wonder what might have changed if I'd done so. Instead, I turned it over. There, written in the same unsteady hand, was a single sentence. "You will want to read this." I didn't, but tore it open anyway. I pulled out a single sheet of paper, wrapped around a smaller envelope. Written on the face of this second envelope was, "Read my letter before opening this one." So I did. God help me, so I did. March 4th, 2014. Dear Jamie, I have obtained both of your email addresses, business and personal. As you know, I have my methods. But I am an old man now, with an old man's ways, and believe that important personal business should be conducted by letter and, when possible, by hand. As you can see, by hand is still possible for me, although for how much longer I do not know. I had a minor stroke in the fall of 2012, and another one, rather more serious, last summer. I hope you'll excuse the execrable state of my handwriting. I have another reason for reaching out to you by letter. It's all too easy to delete emails, a bit more difficult to destroy a letter someone has labored over with pen and ink. I will add a line to the back of the envelope to increase the chances of your reading this. If I get no reply, I will have to send an emissary, and that I do not want to do, as time is short. An emissary. I didn't like the sound of that. When we last met, I asked you to serve as my assistant. You refused. I am asking again, and this time I am confident you will agree. You must agree, as my work is now in its final stage. All that remains is one last experiment. I'm sure it will succeed, but I dare not proceed alone. I need help, and, just as important, I need a witness. Believe me when I say that you have a stake in this experiment almost as great as my own. You think you will say no, but I know you quite well, my old friend, and I believe that after you read the enclosed letter, you will change your mind. All best regards, Charles D. Jacobs. The wind howled. The sound of snow hitting the panes of the door was like fine sand. The road to Boulder would be closed soon, if it wasn't already. I held the smaller envelope, thinking something happened. I didn't want to know what, but it felt too late to turn back now. I sat on the stairs leading to my apartment and opened the enclosure as a particularly savage gust of wind shook the building. The handwriting was as shaky as Jacob's, sloping down the page, but I knew it at once. Of course I did. I had received love letters, some of them quite hot, in the same hand. My stomach went soft, and for a moment I thought I might pass out. I lowered my head, the hand not holding the letter covering my eyes and squeezing my temples. When the faintness passed, I was almost sorry. I read the letter. February 25th, 2014. Dear Pastor Jacobs, you are my last hope. I feel crazy writing that, but it's true. I'm trying to reach you because my friend Jenny Knowlton urges me to do so. She is an RN and says she never believed in miracle cures, although she does believe in God. Several years ago, she went to one of your healing revivals in Providence, Rhode Island, and you cured her arthritis, which was so bad she could hardly open and close her hands, and she was hooked on OxyContin. She said to me, I told myself I only went to hear Al Stamper sing, because I had all his old records with the Volites, but down deep, I must have known why I was really there, because when he asked if there were any who would be healed, I got in the line. She said, not only did the pain in her hands and arms disappear when you touched her temples with your rings, so did the need to take the oxy. I found that even harder to believe than the arthritis being cured, because where I live, a lot of people use that stuff, and I know it is very hard to kick the habit. Pastor Jacobs, I have lung cancer. I lost my hair during the radiation treatments, and the chemo made me throw up all the time. I have lost 60 pounds, but at the end of those hellish treatments, the cancer was still there. Now my doctor wants me to have an operation to take out one of my lungs. But my friend Jenny sat me down and said, I'm going to tell you a hard truth, honey. Mostly when they do that, it's already too late. And they know it, but do it anyway, because it's all they have left. I turned the paper over, my head thudding. For the first time in years, I wished I were high. Being high would make it possible to look at the signature, waiting for me below without wanting to scream. Jenny says she has looked up your cures online, and many more than hers appear to be valid. I know you are no longer touring the country. You may be retired. You may be sick. You may even be dead, although I pray not, for your sake as well as my own. Even if you are alive and well, you may no longer read your mail. So I know this is like putting a message in a bottle and throwing it overboard. But something, not just Jenny, urges me to try. After all, sometimes one of those bottles washes up on shore, and someone reads the message inside. I have refused the operation. You really are my last hope. I know how thin that hope is, and probably foolish. But the Bible says, with faith, all things are possible. I will wait to hear, or not. Either way, may God bless and keep you. Yours in hope, Astrid Soderberg, 17 Morgan Pitch Road, Mount Desert Island, Maine, 04660 207 555 6454. Astrid, dear God. Astrid again. After all these years. I closed my eyes and saw her standing beneath the fire escape, her face young and beautiful, framed in the hood of her parka. I opened my eyes and read the note Jacobs had added below her address. I have seen her charts and latest scans. You may trust me on this. As I said in my covering letter, I have my methods. Radiation and chemotherapy shrank the tumor in her left lung, but did not eradicate it, and more spots have shown up on her right lung. Her condition is grave, but I can save her. You may trust me on this, too, but such cancers are like a fire in dry brush. They move fast. Her time is short, and you must decide at once. If it's so goddamn short, I wondered, why didn't you call? Or at least send your devil's bargain by express mail? But I knew. He wanted time to be short, because it wasn't Astrid he cared about. Astrid was a pawn. I, on the other hand, was one of the pieces in the back row. I had no idea why, but I knew it was so. The letter shook in my hands as I read the last lines. If you agree to assist me while I finish my work this coming summer, your old friend, and perhaps your lover, will be saved, the cancer expelled from her body. If you refuse, I will let her die. Of course, this sounds cruel to you, even monstrous, but if you knew the tremendous import of my work, you would feel differently. Yes, even you. My numbers, both landline and cell, are below. Beside me as I write this is Miss Soderberg's number. If you call me, with a favorable answer, of course, I will call her. The choice is yours, Jamie. I sat on the stairs for 2 minutes, taking deep breaths and willing my heart to slow. I kept thinking of her hips, tilted against mine, my cock throbbing and as hard as a length of rebar, one of her hands caressing the nape of my neck as she blew cigarette smoke into my mouth. At last I got up and climbed to my apartment, the 2 letters dangling from my hand. The stairs weren't long or steep, and I was in good shape from all the bike riding. But I still had to stop and rest twice to catch my breath before I got to the top, and my hand was shaking so badly I had to steady it with the other before I could get my key into the slot. The day was dark, and my apartment was full of shadows, but I didn't bother to turn on any lights. What I had to do was best done quickly. I took my phone off my belt, dropped it onto the couch, and dialed Jacob's cell. It rang a single time. "Hello, Jamie," he said. "You bastard," I said. "You fucking bastard." "Glad to hear from you, too. What's your decision?" How much did he know about us? Had I ever told him anything? Had Astrid? If not, how much had he dug up? I didn't know, and it didn't matter. I could tell from the tone of his voice that he was only asking for form's sake. I told him I'd be there ASAP. "If you want to come, of course. Delighted to have you. Although I don't actually need you until July. If you'd rather not see her, as she is now, I mean, I'll be on a plane as soon as the weather clears. If you can do your thing before I get there, fix her, heal her, then go ahead. But you will not let her leave wherever you are until I see her, no matter what. You don't trust me, do you?" He sounded as if this made him terribly sad, but I didn't put too much stock in that. He was a master of projecting emotion. "Why would I, Charlie? I've seen you in operation." He sighed. The wind gusted, shaking the building and howling along the eaves. "Where in Martin are you?" I asked, but like Jacobs, only for form's sake. Life is a wheel, and it always comes back around to where it started. Chapter 11. Goat Mountain. She waits. Bad news from Missouri. And so, little more than 6 months after the brief reincarnation of chrome roses, I once more touched down at the Portland jetport, and once more journeyed north to Castle County. Not to Harlow this time, though. Still 5 miles from the home place, I turned off Route 9 and onto Goat Mountain Road. It was a warm day, but Maine had gotten belted with its own spring blizzard a few days before, and the musical sounds of melting and runoff were everywhere. Pines and spruces still crowded close to the road, their branches sagging under the weight of snow, but the road itself had been plowed and shone wetly in the afternoon sun. I paused for a couple of minutes at Long Meadow, site of all those childhood MYF picnics, and longer at the spur leading to Skytop. I had no time to revisit the crumbling cabin where Astrid and I had lost our virginity, and couldn't have even if there had been. The gravel was now paved, and this road had also been plowed, but the way was barred by a stout wooden gate with a padlock the size of an orc's fist threaded through the latch. If that didn't make the point, there was a large sign reading, "Absolutely no trespassing," and "Violators will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law." A mile further up, I came to the Goat Mountain Gatehouse. The way wasn't barred, but there was a security guard wearing a light jacket over his brown uniform. The jacket was unbuttoned, maybe because the day was warm, maybe to give anyone stopping by a good view of the holstered gun on his hip. It looked like a big one. I powered down my window, but before the guard could ask for my name, the gatehouse door opened and Charlie Jacobs came out. The bulky parka he wore couldn't disguise how little was left of him. The last time we'd met, he had been thin. Now he was gaunt. My old fifth business was limping more severely than ever, and although he might have thought his smile of greeting warm and welcoming, it barely lifted the left side of his face, resulting in something closer to a sneer. The stroke, I thought. "Jamie, good to see you." He held out his hand, and I shook it, although not without reservations. "I really didn't expect you until tomorrow." In Colorado, they get the airports open fast after storms. I'm sure. May I ride back up with you?" He nodded in the direction of the security guard. "Sam brought me down in a golf cart, and there's a space heater in the guardhouse, but I chill very easily now, even on a day as spring-like as this one. Do you remember what we used to call spring snow, Jamie?" "Poor man's fertilizer," I said. "Come on, get in." He limped around the front of the car, and when Sam tried to take his arm, Jacob shook him off briskly. His face didn't work right, and the limp was actually closer to a lurch, but he was pretty spry just the same. A man on a mission, I thought. He got in with a grunt of relief, turned up the heater, and rubbed his gnarled hands in front of the passenger side vent like a man warming himself over an open fire. "Hope you don't mind." "Knock yourself out." "Does this remind you of the approach to the latches?" he asked, still rubbing his hands. They made an unpleasant, papery sound. "It does me." "Well, except for that." I pointed to the left, where there had once been an intermediate-level ski run called Smoky Trail. Or maybe it had been Smoky Twist. Now one of the lift cables had come down, and a couple of the chairs lay half-buried in a drift that would probably be there for another 5 weeks, unless the weather stayed warm. "Messy," he agreed. "But there's no point fixing it. I'm going to have all the lifts taken out once the snow's gone. I'd say my skiing days are over, wouldn't you? Were you ever here when you were a child, Jamie?" I had been, on 6 occasions, tagging along with Con and Terry and their Flatlander friends, but I had no more stomach for small talk. "Is she here?" "Yes, arrived around noon. Her friend Jenny Knowlton brought her. They had hoped to get here yesterday, but the storm was much worse down east. And before you ask your follow-up question, no, I haven't treated her. The poor woman is exhausted. Tomorrow will be time enough for that, and time enough for her to see you. Although you may see her today, if you like, when she eats what little dinner she can manage. The restaurant is equipped with closed-circuit television cameras." I started to tell him what I thought of that, but he held up a hand. "Peace, my friend. I didn't put them in. They were here when I bought the place. I believe the management must have used them to make sure the service staff was performing up to expectations. His one-sided smile looked sneerier than ever. Maybe that was just me, but I didn't think so. Are you gloating? I asked. Is that what you're doing, now that you've got me here? Of course not. He half turned to regard the melting snowbanks rolling past us on either side. Then he turned back to me. Well, perhaps. Just a little. You were so high and mighty the last time we met. So haughty. I didn't feel high and mighty now, and I certainly didn't feel haughty. I felt caught in a trap. I was here, after all, because of a girl I hadn't seen in over 40 years. One who had bought her own doom pack by pack at the nearest convenience store, or at the pharmacy in Castle Rock, where you could buy cigarettes at the counter right up front. If you needed actual medicine, you had to walk all the way to the back. One of life's ironies. I imagined dropping Jacobs off at the lodge and just driving away. The idea had a nasty attraction. Would you really let her die? Yes. He was still warming his hands in front of the vent. Now what I imagined was grabbing one of them and snapping those gnarled fingers like breadsticks. Why? Why am I so goddamned important to you? Because you're my destiny. I think I knew it the first time I saw you, down on your knees in your dooryard and grubbing in the dirt. He spoke with the patience of a true believer, or a lunatic. Maybe there's really no difference. I knew for sure when you showed up in Tulsa. What are you doing, Charlie? What is it you want me for this summer? It wasn't the first time I'd asked him, but there were other questions I didn't dare ask. How dangerous is it? Do you know? Do you care? He seemed to be thinking about whether or not to tell me, but I never knew what he was thinking, not really. Then Goat Mountain Resort hove into view, even bigger than the Latches, but ugly and full of modern angles. Frank Lloyd Wright gone bad. Probably it had looked modern, even futuristic to the wealthy people who had come here to play in the 60s. Now it looked like a cubist dinosaur with glass eyes. Ah, he said, here we are. You'll want to freshen up and rest a bit. I know I want to rest a bit. It's very exciting having you here, Jamie, but also tiring. I've put you in the snow suite on the 3rd floor. Rudy will show you the way. Rudy Kelly was a mountain of a man in faded jeans, a loose gray smock top, and white crepe-soled nurse's shoes. He was a nurse, he said, as well as Mr. Jacobs' personal assistant. Judging by his size, I thought he might also be Jacobs' bodyguard. His handshake was certainly no limp fish musician's howdy. I'd been in the resort's lobby as a kid. Had once even eaten lunch here with Con and the family of one of Con's friends, terrified the whole time of using the wrong fork or dribbling down my shirt. But I'd never been on any of the upper floors. The elevator was a clanky bucket, the kind of antique conveyance that in scary novels always stalls between floors, and I resolved to take the stairs for however long I had to be here. The place was well heated, by virtue of Charlie Jacobs' secret electricity, I had no doubt, and I could see some repairs had been made, but they felt haphazard. All the lights worked and the floorboards didn't creak, but the air of desertion was hard to miss. The snow suite was at the end of the corridor, and the view from the spacious living room was almost as good as that from Skytop, but the wallpaper was water-stained in places, and in here a vague aroma of mold had replaced the lobby's smell of floor wax and fresh paint. Mr. Jacobs would like you to join him for dinner in his apartment at 6, Rudy said. His voice was soft and deferential, but he looked like an inmate in a prison flick. Not the guy who plans the breakout, but the death row enforcer who kills any guards who try to stop the escapees. Will that work for you? It's fine, I said, and when he left, I locked the door. I took a shower. The hot water was abundant and came at once, then laid out fresh clothes. With that done and time to kill, I laid down on the coverlet of the queen-size bed. I hadn't slept well the night before, and I can never sleep on planes, so a nap would have been good, but I couldn't drift off. I kept thinking about Astrid, both as she'd been then and as she must be now. Astrid, who was in the same building with me, 3 floors down. When Rudy knocked softly on the door at 6:02, I was up and dressed. At my suggestion that we take the stairs, he flashed a smile that said he knew a wimp when he saw one. "The elevator is totally safe, sir. Mr. Jacobs oversaw certain repairs himself, and that old slide box was high on the list." I didn't protest. I was thinking about how my old fifth business was no longer a reverend, no longer a rev, no longer a pastor. At this end of his life, he was back to plain old Mr., and getting his blood pressure taken by a guy who looked like Vin Diesel after a facelift gone bad. Jacob's apartment was on the first floor in the west wing. He had changed into a dark suit and white shirt open at the collar. He rose to greet me, smiling that one-sided smile. "Thank you, Rudy. Will you tell Norma that we'll be ready to eat in 15 minutes? Rudy nodded and left. Jacobs turned to me, still smiling, and once more producing that unpleasant papery sound as he rubbed his hands together. Outside the window, a ski slope with no lights to illuminate it and no skiers to groove the spring snow descended into darkness, a highway to nowhere. "It'll only be soup and salad, I'm afraid. I gave up meat 2 years ago. It creates fatty deposits in the brain." "Soup and salad is fine. There's also bread. Norma sourdough. It's excellent." "Sounds delicious. I'd like to see Astrid, Charlie." "Norma will serve her and her friend Jenny Knowlton around 7. Once they've eaten, Miss Knowlton will give Astrid her pain medication and help her make her evening toilet. I told Miss Knowlton that Rudy could assist with these tasks, but she won't hear of it. Alas, Jenny Knowlton no longer seems to trust me." I thought back to Astrid's letter. "Even though you cured her of her arthritis." Ah, but then I was Pastor Danny. Now that I've eschewed all those religious trappings, I told them so, felt I had to. Miss Knowlton is suspicious. That's what the truth does, Jamie. It makes people suspicious. Is Jenny Knowlton suffering after effects? Not at all. She's just uncomfortable without all her miracle mumbo-jumbo to fall back on. But since you brought up the subject of after effects, step into my study. I want to show you something, and there's just time before our evening repast appears. The study was an alcove off the suite's parlor. His computer was on, the extra-large screen showing those endlessly galloping horses. He sat down, grimacing with discomfort, and tapped a key. The horses gave way to a plain blue desktop with only 2 folders on it. They were labeled A and B. He clicked A, revealing a list of names and addresses in alphabetical order. He pressed a button, and the list began to scroll at medium speed. "Do you know what these are?" "Cures, I'd assume." "Verified cures, all affected by administration of electrical current to the brain, although not the sort of current any electrician would recognize. Over 3,100 in all. Take my word for it." "Yes." He turned to look at me, although the movement clearly pained him. "You mean it?" "Yes." Looking gratified, he closed File A and opened B. More names and addresses, also in alphabetical order, and this time the scroll was slow enough to pick out several names I recognized. Stephen Drew, the compulsive walker, Emil Klein, the dirt eater, Patricia Farmingdale, who had poured salt in her eyes. This list was much shorter than the first one. Before it ended, I saw Robert Rivard go sliding by. "These are the ones who have suffered significant post-cure after effects, 87 in all. As I believe I told you the last time we met, it amounts to less than 3% of the total. Once there were over 170 names in File B, but many have stopped having problems. In medical parlance, they have resolved, as you have. I stopped following my cures 8 months ago, but if I'd kept on, I'm sure this list would be even shorter. The ability of the human body to recover from trauma is extraordinary. With a proper application of this new electricity to the cortex and the nerve tree, That ability is effectively unlimited. Who are you trying to convince, me or you? He blew his breath out in a disgusted puh sound. What I'm trying to do is set your mind at rest. I'd rather have a willing assistant than a reluctant one. I'm here. I'll do what I promised. If you can cure Astrid, let that be enough. There was a soft knock at the door. Come, Jacob said. The woman who entered had the plump, matronly figure of the good grandma in a children's story and the beady eyes of a dick in a department store. She set a tray down on the table in the parlor, then stood with her hands clasped primly in front of her plain black dress. Jacobs rose with another grimace, then tottered. In my first act as his assistant, in this new stage of our lives at least, I caught his elbow and steadied him. He thanked me and led me out of the study. Norma, I'd like you to meet Jamie Morton. He'll be with us at least through breakfast tomorrow, and back for a longer stay this summer. Pleased, she said, and held out her hand. I shook it. You don't know what a victory that handshake represents for Norma, Jacob said. Since childhood, she's had a deep aversion to touching people, haven't you, dear? Not a physical problem, you'll notice, but a psychological one. Nevertheless, she's been cured. I think that's interesting, don't you? I told Norma it was nice to meet her, holding her hand a moment longer than necessary. I saw her mounting unease and let loose. Cured, but perhaps not completely cured. That was interesting, too. Miss Knowlton says she'll bring your patient to dinner a bit early tonight, Mr. Jacobs. All right, Norma. Thank you. She left. We ate. It was light fare, but sat heavily in my stomach just the same. My nerves felt all on the outside, sizzling my skin. Jacobs ate slowly, as if to taunt me, but at last he set aside his empty soup bowl. He seemed about to reach for another slice of bread, then looked at his watch and pushed back from the table instead. Come with me, he said. I think it's time you saw your old friend. The door across the hall was marked resort personnel only. Jacobs led me through a large outer office furnished with bare desks and empty shelves. The door to the inner office was locked. He said, other than security company that supplies 24/7 gate guards, my staff consists of just Rudy and Norma. And while I trust them both, I see no need to put temptation in their way. And the temptation to peek at the unsuspecting is a strong one, wouldn't you say? I didn't answer. I wasn't sure I could have. My mouth was dry as old carpet. There were a dozen monitors in all, stacked in 3 rows of 4. Jacobs pushed the power button on restaurant camera 3. I believe this is the one we want. Cheerful, like a cross between Pastor Danny and a game show host. It seemed to take forever before a black and white picture swam into view. The restaurant was large, with at least 50 tables, but only one was occupied. 2 women were sitting there. But at first I could only see Jenny Knowlton, because Norma blocked out the other one as she bent to serve them their bowls of soup. Jenny was pretty, dark-haired, mid-50s. I saw her mouth move in a silent thank you. Norma nodded, straightened up, stepped away from the table, and I saw what remained of the first girl I ever loved. If this were a romance, I might say something like, although necessarily changed by the passage of years and somewhat wasted by the depredations of disease, her essential beauty remained. I wish I could, but if I begin lying now, everything I've told so far becomes worthless. Astrid was a crone in a wheelchair, her face a pallid pouch of flesh, from which dark eyes stared listlessly down at food she obviously had no interest in. Her companion had put a large knitted cap, a kind of tam-o'-shanter, on her head, but it had slipped to the side, revealing a bald skull fuzzed with white stubble. She picked up her spoon with a scrawny hand that was all tendons, then put it down again. The dark-haired woman exhorted her. The pallid creature nodded. Her tam fell off when she did, but Astrid appeared not to notice. She dipped into her soup and raised the spoon slowly to her mouth. Most of its cargo fell off during the trip. She sipped what was left, pooching her lips out in a way that reminded me of how the late Bartleby would take a slice of apple from my hand. My knees unhinged. If there hadn't been a chair in front of the bank of monitors, I would have gone straight to the floor. Jacob stood beside me, gnarled hands clasped behind his back, rocking to and fro with a slight smile on his face. And since this is to be a true account rather than a romance, I must add that I felt a sneaking relief. I would never have to keep my half of our devil's bargain, because there was no way the woman in the wheelchair was coming back. Cancer is the pit bull of diseases, and it had her in its jaws, biting and rending. It would not stop until it had torn her to pieces. "Turn it off," I whispered. Jacobs leaned toward me. "I beg your pardon? My ears aren't as good as they used to be these days." "You heard me perfectly well, Charlie. Turn it off." He did. We were kissing beneath the fire escape of Eureka Grange No. 7 as the snow swirled down. Astrid was blowing cigarette smoke into my mouth while the tip of her tongue slipped back and forth, first along my upper lip and then inside it, lightly caressing the line of my gum. My hand was squeezing her breast, although there wasn't much to feel because of the heavy parka she was wearing. Kiss me forever, I thought. Kiss me forever, so I don't have to see where the years have taken us and what you've become. But no kiss goes on forever. She pulled back, and I saw the ashen face inside the fur of her hood, the dusty eyes, the slack mouth. The tongue that had been inside my mouth was black and peeling. I had been kissing a corpse. Or maybe not, because the lips rose in a grin. "Something happened," Astrid said. "Didn't it, Jamie? Something happened, and Mother will be here soon." I jerked awake with a gasp. I'd gone to bed in my skivvies, but now I was naked and standing in the corner. I had the pen from the bedside table curled in my right hand and was using it to jab at my left forearm, where there was a small but growing constellation of blue dots. I dropped it on the floor and staggered backward. Stress, I thought. It was stress that brought on Hugh's prismatics at the Norris County Revival, and it was stress tonight. Besides, it's not like you poured salt in your eyes or came around to find yourself outside gobbling dirt. It was 4:15, that deadly time of morning when it's too late to go back to sleep and still too early to rise and shine. I pulled a book from the smaller of my two bags, sat down by the window, and opened it. My eyes took in the words just as my mouth had taken in Norma's soup and salad, without tasting. Eventually, I stopped trying and just looked out into the darkness, waiting for dawn. It was a long time coming. I took breakfast in Jacob's suite, if you could call a single piece of toast and half a cup of tea breakfast. Charlie, on the other hand, worked his way through a fruit cup, scrambled eggs, and a goodly heap of home fries. Skinny as he was, it was hard to tell where he put it. On the table by the door was a mahogany box. In it, he told me, were his healing instruments. "I no longer use rings. No need of them, now that my performing career is over." "When are you going to start? I want to get it over with and get out of here." "Very soon. Your old friend dozes through her days, but doesn't sleep much at night. Last night would have been a particularly difficult one for her, because I told Miss Knowlton to withhold her midnight pain meds. They depress the brain waves. We'll do our business in the East Room. It's my favorite at this time of day. If you and I didn't know God is a profitable and self-sustaining construct of the world's churches, the morning light would be almost enough to make us believers again." He leaned forward, looking at me earnestly. "There's no need for you to be part of this, you know. I saw how upset you were last night. I'll need your help this summer, but this morning either Rudy or Miss Knowlton can assist me. Why don't you come back tomorrow? Pop over to Harlow. Visit your brother and his family. I think that, were you to do that, you'd see an entirely different Astrid Soderbergh on your return. In a way, that was exactly what I was afraid of, because since leaving Harlow, Charlie Jacobs had made a career of trickery. As Pastor Danny, he had displayed pig's livers and declared them to be extracted tumors. It was not a resume that inspired trust. Could I be absolutely sure the haggard woman in the wheelchair actually was Astrid Soderbergh? My heart said she was. My head told my heart to be careful and trust nothing. The Knowlton woman could be an accomplice, a shill in Carney terms. The next half hour was going to be an ordeal, but I had no intention of ducking out and allowing Jacobs to effect a sham cure. Of course, he would need the real Astrid to pull it off, but many lucrative years in the revival circuit made that a possibility, especially if my long-ago girlfriend found herself hard up financially in her old age. An unlikely scenario, to be sure. What it came down to was the responsibility I felt to see this through to what was certain to be a bitter end. I'll stick around. As you like, he smiled, and although the bad side of his mouth still wouldn't cooperate, there was nothing sneery about this one. It'll be nice to work with you again, like the old days in Tulsa. A soft knock came at the door. It was Rudy. The women are in the East Room, Mr. Jacobs. Miss Knowlton says they're ready when you are. She says the sooner the better, because Miss Soderbergh is in a lot of discomfort. I walked side by side with Jacobs down the hall, carrying the mahogany box under my arm, until we got to the East Wing. There my nerve temporarily failed me, and I let Jacobs go in while I stood in the doorway. He didn't notice. All his attention and considerable charisma was focused on the women. "Jenny and Astrid," he said heartily, "my two favorite ladies." Jenny Knowlton gave his outstretched hand a token touch, enough for me to see that her fingers were straight and seemingly untouched by arthritis. Astrid made no attempt to raise her own hand. She was hunched in a wheelchair, peering up at him. There was an oxygen mask over the lower half of her face, and a tank on a wheelie cart beside her. Jenny said something to Jacobs, too low to hear, and he nodded vigorously. "Yes, we must waste no time. Jamie, would you—" He looked around, saw I wasn't there, and beckoned to me impatiently. It was no more than a dozen steps to the center of the room, which was filled with a brilliant early light, but those steps seemed to take a very long time. It was as if I were walking underwater. Astrid glanced at me with the disinterested eyes of one expending all her energy to cope with her pain. She showed no recognition, only looked down at her lap again, and I had a moment's relief. Then her head jerked up. Her mouth fell open inside the transparent mask. She covered her face with her hands, knocking the mask aside. It was only part incredulity, I think. Most of it was horror, that I should see her in such a state. She might have hidden behind her hands longer, but she didn't have the strength for it, and they dropped into her lap. She was crying. The tears washed her eyes and made them young again. Any doubts I might have had about her identity passed away. It was Astrid, all right. Still the young girl I'd loved, now living inside the failing wreck of a sick old woman's body. "Jamie." Her voice was as hoarse as a jackdaw's. I got on one knee like a swain about to propose. "Yeah, honey, it's me." I took one of her hands, turned it over, and kissed the palm. The skin was cold. "You should go away. I don't want you to." There was a whistling sound as she drew in breath. "To see me like this. I don't want anyone to see me like this." "It's all right. Because Charlie's going to make you better," I wanted to add, but didn't, because Astrid was beyond help. Jacobs had drawn Jenny away and was conversing with her, giving us our moment of privacy. The hell of being with Charlie was that sometimes he could be tender. "Cigarettes," she said in that hoarse jackdaw voice. What a stupid way to kill yourself. And I knew better, which makes it even stupider. Everybody knows better. Do you want to know something funny? I still want them. She laughed, and that turned into a harsh chain of coughs that clearly hurt her. Smuggled in 3 packs. Jenny found them and took them away. As if it would make any difference now. Hush, I said. I stopped. For 7 months, I stopped. If the baby had lived, I might have stopped for good. Something. She drew a deep, wheezing breath. Something tricks us. That's what I believe. It's wonderful to see you. You're a beautiful liar, Jamie. What's he got on you? I said nothing. Well, never mind. Her hand had strayed to the back of my head, just as it used to when we were making out, and for one horrible moment, I thought she might try to kiss me with that dying mouth. You kept your hair. It's lovely and thick. I lost mine. Chemo. It'll grow back. No, it won't. This... She looked around. Her breath whistled like a child's toy. Oh, a fool's errand. And I'm the fool. Jacobs led Jenny back. It's time to do this thing. Then to Astrid. It won't take long, my dear, and there will be no pain. I expect you'll pass out, but most people have no awareness of that. I'm looking forward to passing out for good, Astrid told him, and smiled wanly. No, none of that. I never make absolute guarantees, but I believe in a short time you're going to feel much better. Let's begin, Jamie. Open the box. I did so. Inside, each item nestled in its own velvet-lined depression, were 2 stubby steel rods tipped with black plastic, and a white control box with a slide switch on top. It looked exactly like the one Jacobs had used the day Claire and I had brought Con to him. It crossed my mind that, of the 4 people in the room, 3 were idiots and 1 was crazy. Jacobs plucked the rods from their nesting places and touched the black plastic tips together. Jamie, take the control and move that slide switch the tiniest bit. Just a nudge. You'll hear a click. When I did, he pulled the tips apart. There was a brilliant blue spark and a brief but powerful sound. It didn't come from the rods, but from the far side of the room, like some weird electrical ventriloquism. Excellent, Jacob said. We're good to go. Jenny, you need to place your hands on Astrid's shoulders. She'll spasm, and we don't want her to come around on the floor, do we? Where are your holy rings? Jenny asked. She was looking and sounding more doubtful by the second. These are better than the rings, much more powerful, more holy, if you like. Hands on her shoulders, please. Don't you electrocute her. In her harsh jackdaw's voice, Astrid said, The least of my worries, Jen. Won't happen, Jacob said, adopting his lecture hall voice. Can't. In ECT therapy, shock treatments to use the layman's term, doctors employ up to 150 volts, thus provoking a grand mal seizure. But these, he tapped the rods together, even at full power, they would barely budge the needle of an electrician's ammeter. The energy I intend to tap, energy in this room, all around us at this very moment, can't be measured by ordinary instruments. It is essentially unknowable. Unknowable was not a word I wanted to hear. Please, just do it, Astrid said. I'm very tired, and there's a rat in my chest. One that's on fire. Jacobs looked at Jenny. She hesitated. It wasn't like this at the revival, not at all. Perhaps not, Jacobs said, but this is revival. You'll see. Put your hands on her shoulders, Jenny. Be prepared to press down hard. You won't hurt her. She did as she was told. Jacobs turned his attention to me. When I place the tips of the rods on Astrid's temples, slide the switch. Count the clicks as it advances. When you feel the fourth one, stop and wait for any further instructions. Ready? Here we go. He put the tips of the rods in the hollows at the sides of her head, where delicate blue veins pulsed. In a prim little voice, Astrid said, So nice to see you again, Jamie. Then she closed her eyes. She may be frisky, so be ready to bear down, Jacobs told Jenny. Then, all right, Jamie. I pushed the slide switch. Click, and click, and click, and click. Nothing happened. All an old man's delusion, I thought. Whatever he might have done in the past, he can't do it any longer. Advance 2 more clicks, if you please. His voice was dry and confident. I did so. Still nothing. With Jenny's hands on her shoulders, Astrid was more hunched over than ever. Her whistling respiration was painful to listen to. 1 more, Jacob said. Charlie, I'm almost at the end of the... Did you not hear me? 1 more. I pushed the slide. There was another click, and this time the hum on the other side of the room was much louder. Not but There was no flash of light that I saw, or that I remember, at least, but for a moment I was dazzled anyway. It was as if a depth charge had gone off far down in my brain. I think Jenny Knowlton cried out. I dimly saw Astrid jerk in the wheelchair, a spasm so powerful that it flung Jenny, no lightweight, backward and almost off her feet. Astrid's wasted legs shot out, relaxed, then shot out again. A security alarm began to bray. Rudy came running into the room, closely followed by Norma. I told you to turn that blasted thing off before we started, Jacob shouted at Rudy. Astrid pistoned her arms up, one right in front of Jenny's face as she came back to put her hands on Astrid's shoulders again. Sorry, Mr. Jacobs. Shut it off, you idiot! Charlie snatched the control box out of my hands and slid the switch back to the off position. Now Astrid was making a series of gagging sounds. Pastor Danny, she's choking, Jenny cried. Don't be stupid, Jacob snapped. His cheeks were flushed, his eyes bright. He looked 20 years younger. Norma, call the gate. Tell them the alarm was an accident. Should I? Go, God damn it, go. She went. Astrid's eyes opened, only there were no eyes, just bulging whites. She gave another of those myoclonic jerks, then slid forward, legs kicking and jerking. Her arms flailed like those of a drowning swimmer. The alarm brayed and brayed. I grabbed her by the hips and shoved her back in her chair before she could land on the floor. The crotch of her slacks was dark, and I could smell strong urine. When I looked up, I saw foam drizzling from one side of her mouth. It fell from her chin to the collar of her blouse, darkening that, too. The alarm quit. Thank God for small favors, Jacob said. He was bent forward, hands on his thighs, observing Astrid's convulsions with interest but no concern. We need a doctor, Jenny cried. I can't hold her. Bosh, Jacob said. There was a half-smile, the only kind he could manage, on his face. Did you expect it to be easy? It's cancer, for God's sake. Give her a minute and she'll be... There's a door in the wall, Astrid said. The hoarseness had left her voice. Her eyes rolled back down in their sockets, but not together. They came one at a time. When they were back in place, it was Jacob's they were looking at. You can't see it. It's small and covered with ivy. The ivy is dead. She waits on the other side, above the broken city, above the paper sky. Blood can't turn cold. Not really. But mine seemed to. Something happened, I thought. Something happened. And Mother will be here soon. Who? Jacobs asked. He took one of her hands. The half-smile was gone. Who waits? Yes. Her eyes turned to his. She. Who? Astrid, who? She said nothing at first. Then her lips stretched in a terrible grin that showed every tooth in her head. Not the one you want. He slapped her. Astrid's head jerked to the side. Spittle flew. I shouted in surprise and grabbed his wrist when he raised his hand to do it again. I stopped him, but only with an effort. He was stronger than he had any right to be. It was the kind of strength that comes from hysteria, or pent-up fury. You can't hit her, Jenny shouted, letting go of Astrid's shoulders and coming around the wheelchair to confront him. You lunatic! You can't hit— Stop, Astrid said. Her voice was weak but lucid. Stop it, Jenny. Jenny looked around. Her eyes widened at what she saw. A delicate pink wash of color beginning to rise in Astrid's pale cheeks. Why are you yelling at him? Did something happen? Yes, I thought. Something happened. Something most surely did. Astrid turned to Jacobs. When are you going to do it? You'd better hurry, because the pain is very, very... The three of us stared at her. No, it was the five of us. Rudy and Norma had crept back into the East Room doorway, and they were staring too. Wait, Astrid said. Wait just a darn minute. She touched her chest. She cupped the wasted remains of her breasts. She pressed her stomach. You did it already, didn't you? I know you did, because there is no pain. She pulled in a breath and let it out in an incredulous laugh. And I can breathe. Jenny, I can breathe again. Jenny Knowlton went to her knees, raised her hands to the sides of her head, and began to recite the Lord's Prayer so fast she sounded like a 45 RPM record on 78. Another voice joined her, Norma's. She was also on her knees. Jacobs gave me a bemused look that was easy to read. You see, Jamie, I do all the work, and the big G gets all the credit. Astrid tried to get out of the wheelchair, but her wasted legs wouldn't let her. I got her before she could do a faceplant, put my arms around her. Not yet, honey, I said. You're too weak. She goggled at me as I eased her back onto the seat. The oxygen mask had gotten twisted around and now hung on the left side of her neck, forgotten. Jamie, is that you? What are you doing here? I looked at Jacobs. Short-term memory loss after treatment is common, he said. Astrid, can you tell me who the president is? She looked bewildered at the question, but answered with no hesitation. Obama. And Biden's the vice president. Am I really better? Will it last? You are, and it will. But never mind that now. Tell me, Jamie, is it really you? Your hair is so white. Yes, I said. It's certainly getting there. Listen to Charlie. I was crazy about you, she said. But even though you could play, you could never dance very well unless you were high. We had dinner at Starland after the prom, and you ordered... She stopped and licked her lips. Jamie? Right here. I can breathe. I can actually breathe again. She was crying. Jacob snapped his fingers in front of her eyes like a stage hypnotist. Focus, Astrid. Who brought you here? Jenny. And what'd you have for supper last night? Sloop and salad. He snapped his fingers in front of her swimming eyes again. It made her blink and recoil. The muscles beneath her skin seemed to be tightening and firming even as I watched. It was wonderful and awful. Soup and salad. Very good. What is the door in the wall? Door? I don't... You said it was covered with ivy. You said there was a broken city on the other side. I don't remember that. You said she waits. You said... He peered into her uncomprehending face and sighed. Never mind. You need to rest, my dear. I suppose so, Astrid said. But what I'd really like to do is dance. Dance for joy. In time you will. He patted her hand. He was smiling as he did it, but I had an idea he was deeply disappointed at her failure to remember the door and the city. I was not. I didn't want to know what she had seen when Charlie's secret electricity stormed through the deepest recesses of her brain. I didn't want to know what was waiting behind the hidden door she had spoken of, yet I was afraid I did. Mother, above the paper sky. Astrid slept all morning and well into the afternoon. When she woke, she declared herself ravenous. This pleased Jacobs, who told Norma Goldstone to bring our patient a toasted cheese sandwich and a small piece of cake with the frosting scraped off. Frosting, he felt, might be too rich for her wasted stomach. Jacobs, Jenny, and I watched her put away the entire sandwich and half the cake before setting her fork down. I want the rest, she said, but I'm full. Give yourself time, Jenny said. She'd spread a napkin in her lap and kept plucking at it. She wouldn't look at Astrid for long, and at Jacobs not at all. Coming to him had been her idea, and I have no doubt she was happy about the sudden change for the better in her friend, but it was clear what she had seen in the East Room had shaken her deeply. I want to go home, Astrid said. Oh, honey, I don't know. I feel well enough, I really do. Astrid cast an apologetic look at Jacobs. It's not that I'm not grateful. I'll bless you in my prayers for the rest of my life, but I want to be in my own place. Unless you feel... No, Jacob said. I suspected that, with the job done, he was anxious to be rid of her. I can't think of better medicine than sleeping in your own bed. And if you leave soon, you can be back not long after dark. Jenny made no further objection, just went back to plucking at her napkin. But before she bent her head, I saw a look of relief on her face. She wanted out as much as Astrid, although perhaps not for quite the same reasons. Astrid's returning color was only part of the remarkable change in her. She was sitting upright in her wheelchair. Her eyes were clear and engaged. I don't know how I can ever thank you, Mr. Jacobs, and I certainly can't repay you. But if there's ever anything you need from me that's mine to give, you only have to ask. Actually, there are several things. He ticked them off on the gnarled fingers of his right hand. Eat, sleep, work hard to regain your strength. Can you do those things? Yes, I will. And I'm never going to touch another cigarette. He waved this away. You won't want to. Will she, Jamie? Probably not, I said. Miss Knowlton. She jerked as if he'd pinched her bottom. Astrid must engage a physical therapist, or you must engage one on her behalf. The sooner she gets out of that damn wheelchair, the better. Am I right? Am I cooking with gas, as we used to say? Yes, Pastor Danny. He frowned, but didn't correct her. There's something else you fine ladies can do for me, and it's extremely important. Leave my name out of this. I have a great deal of work to do in the coming months, and the last thing I need is to have hordes of sick people coming up here in hopes of being cured. Do you understand? Yes, Astrid said. Jenny nodded without looking up. Astrid, when you see your doctor, and he expresses amazement, as he certainly will, all you'll tell him is that you prayed for a remission and your prayers were answered. His own belief, or lack of it, in the efficacy of prayer won't matter. Either way, he'll be forced to accept the evidence of his MRI pictures, not to mention your happy, smiling face. Your happy and healthy, smiling face. Yes, that's fine. Whatever you want. Let me roll you back to the suite, Jenny said. If we're going to leave, I better pack. Subtext, get me out of here. On that, she and Charlie Jacobs were thinking alike. They were cooking with gas. All right. Astrid looked at me shyly. Jamie, would you bring me a Coke? I'd like to speak to you. Sure. Jacobs watched Jenny trundle Astrid across the empty restaurant and toward the far door. When they were gone, he turned to me. So, we have a bargain? Yes. And you won't DS on me? DS, Carney speak for down south, meaning to pull stakes and disappear. No, Charlie, I won't DS on you. That's fine, then. He was looking at the doorway through which the women had gone. Miss Knowlton doesn't like me much now that I've left Team Jesus, does she? Scared of you is what she is. He shrugged it off. Like his smile, the shrug was mostly one-sided. 10 years ago, I couldn't have cured our Miss Soderbergh. Perhaps not even 5. But things are moving fast now. By this summer... By this summer what? Who knows, he said. Who knows? You do, I thought. You do, Charlie. Watch this, Jamie, Astrid said when I arrived with her soft drink. She got out of the wheelchair and tottered 3 steps to the chair by her bedroom window. She held on to it for balance while she turned herself around and collapsed into it with a sigh of relief and pleasure. Not much, I know. Are you kidding? It's amazing. I handed her an ice-choked glass of Coca-Cola. I'd even stuck a piece of lime on the rim for good luck. And you'll be able to do more each day. We had the room to ourselves. Jenny had excused herself to finish packing, although it looked to me as if the job was already done. Astrid's coat was laid out on the bed. I think I owe you as much as I owe Mr. Jacobs. That's not true. Don't lie, Jamie. Your nose will grow and the bees will sting your knees. He must get thousands of letters begging for cures even now. I don't think he picked mine out of the pile by accident. Were you the one in charge of reading them? No, that was Al Stamper, your friend Jenny's old fave. Charlie got in touch with me later. And you came, she said. After all these years, you came. Why? Because I had to. I can't explain any better than that. Except there was a time when you meant the world to me. You didn't promise him anything? There was no, what do they call it? Quid pro quo? Not a single one. I said it without missing a beat. During my years as an addict, I'd become an accomplished liar, and the sad truth is that sort of skill sticks with you. Walk over here. Stand close to me. I did. With no hesitation or embarrassment, she put her hand on the front of my jeans. You were gentle with this, she said. Many boys wouldn't have been. You had no experience, but you knew how to be kind. You meant the world to me, too. She dropped her hand and looked at me out of eyes no longer dull and preoccupied with her own pain. Now they were full of vitality, also worry. You did promise. I know you did. I won't ask what. But if you ever loved me, be careful of him. I owe him my life, and I feel awful saying this, but I believe he's dangerous, and I think you believe that too. Not as accomplished at lying as I'd thought then. Or perhaps it was just that she saw more now that she was cured. Astrid, you have nothing to worry about. I wonder. Could I have a kiss, Jamie, while we're alone? I know I'm not much to look at, but... I dropped to one knee, again feeling like a swain in a romance, and kissed her. No, she wasn't much to look at, but compared to how she'd looked that morning, she was a knockout. Still, it was only skin against skin, that kiss. There were no embers in the ashes, for me at least, but we were tied together just the same. Jacobs was the knot. She stroked the back of my head. Still such wonderful hair, going white or not. Life leaves us so little, but it's left you that. Goodbye, Jamie, and thank you. On my way out, I stopped to talk briefly to Jenny. Mostly I wanted to know if she lived close enough to Astrid to monitor her progress. She smiled. Astrid and I are divorce buddies. Have been since I moved to Rockland and started working at the hospital there. 10 years ago, that was. When she got sick, I moved in with her. I gave her my cell number and the number at Wolfjaw. There may be after effects. She nodded. Pastor Danny filled me in. Mr. Jacobs, I mean. It's hard for me to get used to calling him that. He said she might be prone to sleepwalking until her brainwaves re-regulate themselves. 4 to 6 months, he said. I've seen that behavior in people who overdo stuff like Ambien and Lunesta. Yes, that's the most likely. Although there was also dirt eating, compulsive walking, Tourette's syndrome, kleptomania, and Hugh Yates's prismatics. So far as I knew, Ambien didn't cause any of those things. But if there's anything else, call. How worried are you? She asked. Tell me what to expect. I don't really know, and she'll probably be fine. Most of them were, after all, at least according to Jacobs. And as little as I trusted him, I had to count on that, because it was too late to do anything else. The thing was done. Jenny stood on tiptoe and kissed my cheek. She's better. That's God's grace, Jamie. No matter what Mr. Jacobs may think now that he's fallen away. Without it, without him, she would have been dead in 6 weeks. Astrid rode down the handicapped ramp in her wheelchair, but got into Jenny's Subaru on her own. Jacobs closed her door. She reached through the open window, grasped one of his hands in both of her own, and thanked him again. It was my pleasure, he said. Just remember your promise. He pulled his hand free so he could put a finger to her lips. Mum's the word. I bent down and kissed her forehead. Eat, I said. Rest, do therapy, and enjoy your life. Roger, Captain, she said. She looked past me, saw Jacob slowly climbing the steps to the porch, then met my eyes and repeated what she'd said earlier. Be careful. Don't worry, but I will. Her eyes on mine, full of grave concern. She was getting old now, as I was, but with the disease banished from her body, I could see the girl who had stood in front of the stage with Hattie, Carol, and Suzanne, the 4 of them shaking their moneymakers while Chrome Roses played Knock on Wood or Nutbush City Limits. The girl I had kissed under the fire escape. I will worry. I rejoined Jacobs on the porch, and we watched Jenny Knowlton's trim little Outback roll down the road that led to the gate. It had been a fine melt day, and the snow had pulled back, revealing grass that was already turning green. Poor man's fertilizer, I thought. That's what we used to call it. Will those women keep their mouths shut? Jacobs asked. Yes. Maybe not forever, but until his work was done, if he was as close to finished as he claimed. They promised. And you, Jamie, will you keep your promise? Yes. That seemed to satisfy him. Stay the night, why don't you? I shook my head. I booked a room at Embassy Suites. I've got an early flight. And I couldn't wait to get away from this place, just as I couldn't wait to get away from the Latches. I didn't say this, but I'm sure he knew it. Fine. Just be ready when I call. What do you need, Charlie? A written statement? I said I'll come, and I will. Good. We've been bouncing off each other like a couple of billiard balls for most of our lives. But that's almost over. By the end of July, mid-August at the latest, we'll be finished with each other. He was right about that. God help him, he was. Always assuming he's there, of course. Even with a change of planes in Cincinnati, I was back in Denver the next day before 1 p.m. When it comes to time travel, nothing beats flying west in a jet plane. I woke up my phone and saw I had 2 messages. The first was from Jenny. She said that she had locked the door of Astrid's bedroom last night, before turning in herself, but there hadn't been a peep from the baby monitor, and when she got up at 6:30, Astrid was still conked out. When she got up, she ate a soft-boiled egg and 2 pieces of toast, and the way she looks, I have to keep telling myself it's not some kind of illusion. That was the good message. The bad one was from Brianna Donlin, now Brianna Donlin Hughes. She'd left it only minutes before my United flight touched down. Robert Rivard is dead, Jamie. I don't know the details, but by that evening she'd gotten them. A nurse told Bree that most people who went into Gad's Ridge never came out, and that was certainly true of the boy Pastor Danny had healed of his muscular dystrophy. They found him in his room, dangling from a noose he'd made from a pair of blue jeans. He left a note that said, "I can't stop seeing the damned. The line stretches forever." Chapter 12. Forbidden Books, My Maine Vacation, The Sad Story of Mary Fay, The Coming of the Storm. About 6 weeks later, I got an email from my old research partner. To Jamie. From Bree. Subject, FYI. After you were at Jacob's place in upstate New York, you said in an email that he mentioned a book called De Vermis Mysteriis. The name stuck in my head, probably because I took just enough Latin in high school to know that's the mysteries of the worm in plain English. I guess research into all things Jacobs is a hard habit to break, because I looked into it. Without telling my husband, I should add, as he believes I have put all things Jacobs behind me. Anyway, this is pretty heavy stuff. According to the Catholic Church, De Vermis Mysteriis is one of half a dozen so-called forbidden books. Taken as a group, they are known as grimoires. The other 5 are the Book of Apollonius, he was a doctor at the time of Christ, the Book of Albertus Magnus, spells, talismans, speaking to the dead, Lemageton and Clavicula Salomonis, supposedly written by King Solomon, and the Grimoire of Picatree. That last one, along with De Vermis Mysteriis, was supposedly the basis of H.P. Lovecraft's fictional grimoire, called the Necronomicon. Editions are available of all the forbidden books except for De Vermis Mysteriis. According to Wikipedia, secret emissaries of the Catholic Church, paging Dan Brown, had burned all but 6 or 7 copies of De Vermis by the turn of the 20th century. By the way, the Pope's army now refuses to acknowledge such a book ever existed. The others have dropped out of sight and are presumed to be destroyed or held by private collectors. Jamie, all the forbidden books deal with power and how to obtain it by means that combine alchemy, which we now call science, mathematics, and certain nasty occult rituals. All of it is probably bullshit, but it makes me uneasy. You told me Jacobs has spent his life studying electrical phenomena and based on his healing successes. I have to think he may have gotten hold of a power that's pretty awesome, which makes me think of the old proverb, "He who takes a tiger by the tail dare not let go." A couple of other things for you to think about. 1. Up until the mid-17th century, Catholics, known to be studying Potestas Magnum Universum, the force that powers the universe, were liable to excommunication. 2. Wikipedia claims, although without verifying references, I must add, that the couplet most people remember from Lovecraft's fictional Necronomicon was stolen from a copy of De Vermis which Lovecraft had access to. He certainly never owned one. He was too poor to purchase such a rarity. This is the couplet: "That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die." That gave me nightmares. I'm not kidding. Sometimes you called Charles Daniel Jacobs my old fifth business. I hope you are done with him at last, Jamie. Once upon a time, I would have laughed at all this, but once upon a time, I thought miracle cures at revival meetings were bullshit. Give me a call someday, would you? Let me know all things Jacobs are behind you. Affectionately, as always, Bree. I printed this out and read it over twice. Then I Googled De Vermis Mysteriis and found everything Bree had told me in her email, along with one thing she hadn't. In an antiquarian book blog called Dark Tomes of Magic and Spells, someone called Ludwig Prin's suppressed grimoire the most dangerous book ever written. I left my apartment, walked down the block, and bought a pack of cigarettes for the first time since a brief flirtation with tobacco in college. There was no smoking in my building, so I sat on my steps to light up. I coughed out the first drag, my head swimming, and I thought, These things would have killed Astrid, if not for Charlie's intervention. Yes, Charlie and his miracle cures. Charlie, who had a tiger by the tail and didn't want to let go. Something happened, Astrid had said in my dream, speaking through a grin from which all her former sweetness had departed. Something happened, and Mother will be here soon. Then later, after Jacobs had shot his secret electricity into her head, there's a door in the wall. The door is covered with ivy. The ivy is dead. She waits. And when Jacobs asked who Astrid was talking about, not the one you want. I can break my promise, I thought, casting the cigarette away. It wouldn't be the first one. True, but not this one. Not this promise. I went back inside, crushing the pack of cigarettes and tossing it into the trash can beside the mailboxes. Upstairs, I called Bree's cell, prepared to leave a message, but she answered. I thanked her for her email and told her I had no intention of ever seeing Charles Jacobs again. I told this lie without guilt or hesitation. Bree's husband was right. She needed to be finished with all things Jacobs. And when the time came to go back to Maine and fulfill my promise, I would lie to Hugh Yates for the same reason. Once upon a time, two teenagers had fallen for each other, and hard, as only teenagers can. A few years later, they made love in a ruined cabin, while the thunder rolled and the lightning flashed. All very Victoria Holt. In the course of time, Charles Jacobs had saved them both from paying the ultimate price for their addictions. I owed him double. I'm sure you see that, and I could leave it there, but to do so would be to omit a much larger truth. I was also curious. God help me. I wanted to watch him lift the lid on Pandora's box and peer inside. This isn't your lame-ass way of telling me you want to retire, is it? Hugh tried to sound as if he was joking, but there was real apprehension in his eyes. Not at all. I just want a couple of months off. Maybe only 6 weeks if I get bored. I need to reconnect with my family in Maine while I still can. I'm not getting any younger. I had no intention of going near my family in Maine. They were too close to Goat Mountain as it was. You're a kid, he said moodily. Come this fall, I'm going to have a year for every trombone that led the big parade. Mookie pulling the pin this spring was bad enough. If you went for good, I'd probably have to close this place down. He heaved a sigh. Oh, I should have had kids. Someone to take over when I'm gone. But does that sort of thing happen? Rarely. When you say you hope they'll pick up the reins of the family business, they say, sorry, Dad. Me and that dope-smoking kid you hated me hanging out with in high school are going to California to make surfboards equipped with Wi-Fi. Now that you got that out of your system, yeah, go back to your roots by all means. Play paddock cake with your little niece and help your brother rebuild his latest classic car. You know how summers are here. I certainly did. Slower than dirt. Summer means full employment even for the shittiest bands. And when bands are playing live music in bars, and at 4 dozen Summerfests in Colorado and Utah, they don't buy much recording time. George Damon will be in, I said. He's come out of retirement in a big way. Yeah, Hugh said. The only guy in Colorado who can make I'll Be Seeing You sound like God Bless America. Perhaps in the world. Hugh, you haven't had any more of those prismatics, have you? He gave me a curious look. No. What brought that on? I shrugged. I'm fine. Up a couple of times every night to squirt half a teacup of pee, but I guess that's par for the course at my age. Although, you want to hear a funny thing? Only to me, it's more of a spooky thing. I wasn't sure I did, but thought I ought to. It was early June. Jacobs hadn't called yet, but he would. I knew he would. I've been having this recurring dream. In it, I'm not here at Wolfjaw. I'm in Arvada, in the house where I grew up. Someone starts knocking on the door. Except it's not just knocking, it's pounding. I don't want to answer it, because I know it's my mother, and she's dead. Pretty stupid, because she was alive and healthy as a horse back in the Arvada days. But I know it just the same. I go down the hall, not wanting to, but my feet just keep moving. You know how dreams are. And by then, she's really whamming on the door, beating on it with both fists, it sounds like. And I'm thinking of this horror story we had to read in English when I was in high school. I think it was called August Heat. Not August Heat, I thought. The Monkey's Paw. That's the one with the door pounding in it. But I reach for the knob, and then I wake up, all in a sweat. What do you make of that? My subconscious, trying to get me ready for the big exit scene? Maybe, I agreed, but my head had left the conversation. I was thinking about another door, a small one, covered with dead ivy. Jacobs called on July 1st. I was in one of the studios, updating the Apple Pro software. When I heard his voice, I sat down in front of the control board and looked through the window into a soundproof rehearsal room that was empty except for a disassembled drum kit. "The time has almost come for you to keep your promise," he said. His voice was mushy, as if he'd been drinking, although I'd never seen him take anything stronger than black coffee. All right. My voice was calm enough. Why not? It was the call I'd been expecting. "When do you want me to come?" "Tomorrow. The day after at the latest. I suspect you won't want to stay with me at the resort, at least to start with." "You suspect right." "But I'll need you no more than an hour away. When I call, you come." That made me think of another spooky story, one titled, "Oh, Whistle, and I'll Come to You, My Lad." "All right," I said, "but Charlie..." "Yes?" "You get 2 months of my time, and that's it. When Labor Day rolls around, we're quits, no matter what happens." Another pause, but I could hear his breathing. It sounded labored, making me think of how Astrid had sounded in her wheelchair. "That's acceptable." "Are you okay?" "Another stroke, I'm afraid. My speech isn't as clear as it once was, but I assure you my mind is as clear as ever." Pastor Danny, heal thyself, I thought, and not for the first time. "Bit of news for you, Charlie. Robert Rivard is dead. The boy from Missouri, he hung himself." "I'm sorry to hear that." He didn't sound sorry, and didn't waste time asking for details. "When you arrive, call me and tell me where you are. And remember, no more than an hour away." "Okay," I said, and broke the connection. I sat there in the unnaturally quiet studio for several minutes, looking at the framed album covers on the walls, then dialed Jenny Knowlton in Rockland. She answered on the first ring. "How's our girl doing?" I asked. "Fine, putting on weight and walking a mile a day. She looks 20 years younger." "No after effects?" "Nothing. No seizures, no sleepwalking, no amnesia. She doesn't remember much about the time we spent at Goat Mountain. But I think that's sort of a blessing, don't you?" "What about you, Jenny? Are you okay?" "Fine, but I ought to go. We're awfully busy at the hospital today. Thank God I've got vacation coming up." "You won't go off somewhere and leave Astrid alone, will you? Because I don't think that would be a good idea." No, certainly not." There was something in her voice, something nervous. "Jamie, I've got a page. I have to go." I sat in front of the darkened control panel. I looked at the album covers, actually CD covers these days, little things the size of postcards. I thought about a time not too long after I'd gotten my first car as a birthday present. That '66 Ford Galaxy, riding with Norm Irving, him pestering me to put the pedal to the metal on the 2-mile stretch of Route 27 we called the Harlow Strait. So we could see what she'd do, he said. At 80, the front end began to shimmy. But I didn't want to look like a wuss. At 17, not looking like a wuss is very important. So I kept my foot down. At 85, the shimmy smoothed out. At 90, the galaxy took on a dreamy, dangerous lightness as its contact with the road lessened, and I realized I'd reached the edge of control. Careful not to touch the brake. I knew from my father that could mean disaster at high speed. I let off the gas, and the galaxy began to slow. I wished I could do that now. The embassy suites near the jetport had seemed all right when I'd been there the night after Astrid's miracle recovery, so I checked in again. It had crossed my mind to do my waiting at the Castle Rock Inn, but the chances of running into an old acquaintance, Norm Irving, for instance, were too great. If that happened, it would almost certainly get back to my brother Terry. He'd want to know why I was in Maine and why I wasn't staying with him. Those were questions I didn't want to answer. The time passed. On July 4th, I watched the fireworks from Portland Promenade with several thousand other people, all of us oohing and awing as the peonies and chrysanthemums and diadems exploded overhead and were doubled in Casco Bay, where they swayed on the waves. In the days that followed, I went to the zoo in York, the Seashore Trolley Museum in Kennebunkport, and the lighthouse at Pemaquid Point. I toured the Portland Museum of Art, where 3 generations of Wyeths were on view, and took in a matinee performance of the Buddy Holly story at Ogunquit Playhouse. The lead singer-actor was good, but no Gary Busey. I ate lobster until I never wanted to see another one. I took long walks along the rocky shore. Twice a week, I visited Books A Million in the main mall and bought paperbacks, which I read in my room until I was sleepy. I took my cell with me everywhere, waiting for Jacobs to call, and the call didn't come. On a couple of occasions, I thought of calling him and told myself I was out of my mind to even consider it. Why kick a sleeping dog? The weather was picture perfect, with low humidity, innocent skies, and temperatures in the low 70s day after day. There were showers, usually at night. One evening I heard TV weatherman Joe Cupo call it considerate rain. He added that it was the most beautiful summer he'd seen in his 35 years of broadcasting. The All-Star Game was played in Minneapolis. The regular baseball season resumed, and as August approached, I began to hope that I might make it back to Colorado without ever seeing Charlie. It crossed my mind that he might have had a 4th stroke, this time a cataclysmic one, and I kept an eye on the obituary page in the Portland Press-Herald. Not exactly hoping, but fuck that. I was hoping. During the local news on July 25th, Joe Cupo regretfully informed me and the rest of his southern Maine viewing audience that all good things must end, and the heat wave currently baking the Midwest would be moving into New England over the weekend. Temperatures would be in the mid-90s during the entire last week of July, and August didn't look much better, at least to start with. "Check those air conditioning units, folks," Cupo advised. "They don't call them the dog days for nothing." Jacobs called that evening. "Sunday," he said. "I'll expect you no later than 9 in the morning." I told him I'd be there. Joe Cupo was right about the heat. It moved in Saturday afternoon, and when I got into my rental car at 7:30 on Sunday morning, the air was already thick. The roads were empty, and I made good time to Goat Mountain. On my way up to the main gate, I noticed that the spur leading to Skytop was open again, the stout wooden gate pulled back. Sam, the security guard, was waiting for me, but no longer in uniform. He was sitting on the drop tailgate of a Tacoma pickup, dressed in jeans and eating a bagel. He put it carefully on a napkin when I pulled up and strolled over to my car. "Hello there, Mr. Morton. You're early." "No traffic," I said. "Yeah, in summer, this is the best time of day to travel. The mass holes will be out in force later, headed for the beaches." He looked at the sky, where blue was already fading to hazy white. "Let 'em bake and work on their skin cancer. I plan to be home, watching the Sox and soaking up the AC." "Shift over soon?" "No more shifts here for any of us," he said. "Once I call Mr. Jacobs and tell him you're on your way, that's it. Job over." "Well, enjoy the rest of the summer." I stuck out my hand. He shook it. Any idea of what he's up to? I can keep a secret. I'm bonded, you know. Your guess is as good as mine. He gave me a wink as if to say we both knew better, then waved me on. Before I went around the first curve, I watched in the rearview mirror as he grabbed his bagel, slammed the Tacoma's tailgate shut, and got in behind the wheel. That's it. Job over. I wished I could say the same. Jacobs came slowly and carefully down the porch steps to meet me. In his left hand was a cane. The twist of his mouth was more severe than ever. I saw a single car in the parking lot, and it was one I recognized, a trim little Subaru Outback. On the back deck was a sticker reading, "Save one life, you're a hero. Save 1,000, and you're a nurse." My heart sank. Jamie, wonderful to see you. He offered the hand, not holding the cane. It was obviously an effort, but I ignored it. If Astrid is here, she leaves, and leaves this minute, I said. If you think I'm bluffing, just try me. Calm yourself, Jamie. Astrid is 130 miles from here, continuing her recovery in a cozy little nest just north of Rockland. Her friend Jenny has kindly agreed to aid me while I complete my work. I somehow doubt that kindness had much to do with it. Correct me if I'm wrong. Come inside. It's hot out here already. You can move your car to the parking lot later. He was slow going up the steps, even with a cane, and I had to steady him when he tottered. The arm I grasped was hardly more than a bone. By the time we got to the top, he was gasping. "I need to rest a minute," he said, and sank into one of the shaker-style rockers that lined the porch. I sat on the rail and regarded him. "Where's Rudy? I thought he was your nurse." Jacobs favored me with his peculiar smile, now more one-sided than ever. "Shortly after my session with Miss Soderbergh in the East Room, both Rudy and Norma tendered their resignations. You just can't get good help these days, Jamie. Present company accepted, of course." "So you hired Knowlton?" "I did. And believe me, I traded up. She's forgotten more about nursing than Rudy Kelly ever knew. Give me a hand, would you?" I helped him to his feet, and we went inside to where it was cool. "There's juice and breakfast pastries in the kitchen. Help yourself to whatever you want, and join me in the main parlor." I skipped the pastries, but poured myself a small glass of OJ from a carafe in the huge refrigerator. When I put it back, I inventoried the supplies and saw enough for 10 days or so, 2 weeks if they were stretched. Was that how long we were going to be here? Or would either Jenny Knowlton or myself be making a grocery run to Yarmouth, which was probably the closest town with a supermarket? The guard service was finished. Jacobs had replaced the nurse, which didn't completely surprise me, given Jacobs' own increasingly iffy condition, but not the housekeeper, which meant, among other things, that Jenny must also have been cooking his meals and, perhaps, changing his bed. It was just the 3 of us, or so I thought then. We turned out to be a quartet. The main parlor was all glass on the north side, giving a view of Long Meadow and Skytop. I couldn't see the cabin, but I could glimpse that iron pole jutting up toward the hazy sky. Looking at it, things finally began to come together in my mind. But slowly, even then, and Jacobs held back the one vital piece that would have made the picture crystal clear. You might say I should have seen it anyway. All the pieces were there. But I was a guitar player, not a detective, and when it came to deductive reasoning, I was never the fastest greyhound on the track. "Where is Jenny?" I asked. Jacobs had taken the sofa. I sat down opposite him in a wing-back chair that tried to swallow me whole. "Occupied." "With what?" "None of your beeswax now, although it will be shortly." He leaned forward with his hands clasped on the head of the cane, looking like a predatory bird, one that would soon be too old to fly. "You have questions? I understand that better than you think, Jamie. I know that inquisitiveness is a large part of what brought you here. You'll have answers in time, but probably not today. When? Hard to tell, but soon. In the meantime, you will cook our meals and come if I ring." He showed me a white box, not so different in appearance from the one I'd used that day in the East Room, except this one had a button instead of a slide switch and an embossed trade name, Notaflex. He pushed the button and chimes went off, echoing from all the large downstairs rooms. "I won't need you to help me go to the toilet. That I can still do myself. But I'll need you standing by when I'm in the shower, I'm afraid, in case I slip. There's a prescription gel you'll rub into my back, hips, and thighs twice a day. Oh, and you'll have to bring many of my meals to my suite of rooms. Not because I'm lazy, or because I want to turn you into my personal butler, but because I tire easily and need to conserve my strength. I have one more thing to do. It's a large thing, a vitally important thing, and when the time comes, I must be strong enough to do it." "Happy to make and serve the meals, Charlie. But as far as the nursing part goes, I assume Jenny Knowlton would be the one to—" "She's occupied, as I told you, so you must take over her. Why are you looking at me like that?" "I was remembering the day I met you. I was only 6, but it's a clear memory. I made a mountain in the dirt." "So you did. It's a clear memory for me, too." "And I was playing with my soldiers. A shadow fell over me. I looked up, and it was you. What I was thinking is that your shadow has been over me for my whole life. What I ought to do is drive away from here right now and get out from under it. But you won't." "No, I won't. But I'll tell you something. I also remember the man you were, how you got right down on your knees with me and joined in the game. I remember your smile. When you smile now, all I see is a sneer. When you talk now, all I hear is orders. Do this, do that, and I'll tell you why later. What became of you, Charlie?" He struggled up from the sofa, and when I moved to help, he waved me away. "If you have to ask that, a smart boy grew up to be a stupid man. At least when I lost my wife and son, I didn't turn to drugs." "You had your secret electricity. That was your drug." "Thank you for that valuable insight. But since this discussion has no point, let's end it, shall we? Several of the rooms on the second floor are made up. I'm sure you'll find one to your taste. I'd like an egg salad sandwich for lunch, a glass of skim milk, and an oatmeal raisin cookie. The roughage is good for my bowels, I'm told." "Charlie, no more," he said, hobbling toward the elevator. "Soon you'll know everything. In the meantime, keep your bourgeois judgments to yourself. Lunch at noon. Bring it to the Cooper suite." He left me there, for the time being too stunned to say a word. 3 days went by. They were broiling hot outside, the horizon blurred by a constant haze of humidity. Inside, the resort was cool and comfortable. I made our meals, and although he joined me downstairs for dinner on the second night, he took all the rest in his suite. I heard the TV blaring loudly when I brought them, suggesting that his hearing had also gone downhill. He seemed especially fond of the Weather Channel. When I knocked, he always turned it off before telling me to come in. Those days were my introduction to practical nursing. He was still able to undress and start the water for his morning shower himself. He had an invalid shower chair to sit on while he soaped and rinsed. I sat on his bed, waiting for him to call. When he did, I turned off the water, helped him out, and dried him off. His body was a wasted remnant of what it had been in his days as a Methodist minister, and his later ones as a Carney agent. His hips stuck out like the bones of a plucked Thanksgiving turkey. Every rib cast a shadow. His buttocks were little more than biscuits. Thanks to the stroke, everything slumped to the right when I helped him back to his bed. I rubbed him down with Voltaren gel for his aches and pains, then fetched his pills, which were in a plastic case with almost as many compartments as there are keys on a piano. By the time he'd gotten them all down, the Voltaren had had a chance to work, and he could dress himself, except for the sock on his right foot. That I had to put on myself, but I always waited until he'd hauled on his boxers. I had no interest in being eye to eye with his elderly schlong. "All right," he'd say when the sock was pulled up to his scrawny shin. "I'll do the rest myself. Thank you, Jamie." He always said, "Thank you," and the TV always went on as soon as the door was closed. Those were long, long days. The resort's pool had been drained, and it was far too hot to walk the grounds. There was a health club, though. When I wasn't reading, there was a shitpoke excuse for a library, mostly stocked with Earl Stanley Gardner, Louis L'Amour, and old Reader's Digest condensed books. I exercised in solitary, air-conditioned splendor. I jogged miles on the treadmill, pedaled miles on the stationary bicycle, stepped on the Stairmaster, curled hand weights. The only station the TV in my quarters got was Channel 8 out of Poland Spring, and the reception was lousy, producing a picture too fuzzy to watch. The same was true of the wall-sized job in the Sunset Lounge. I guessed there was a satellite dish somewhere, but only Charlie Jacobs was hooked up to it. I thought of asking if he would share, then didn't. He might have said yes, and I'd taken everything from him I intended to. Charlie's gifts came with a price tag. All that exercise, and still I slept like shit. My old nightmare, gone for years, returned. Dead family members sitting around the dining room table in the home place, and a moldy birthday cake that gave birth to huge insects. I woke shortly after 5 a.m. on the morning of July 30th, thinking I'd heard something downstairs. I decided it was the remnant of my dream, lay back down, and closed my eyes. I was drifting off when it came again, a subdued clatter that sounded like kitchen pots. I got up, stepped into a pair of jeans, and hurried downstairs. The kitchen was empty, but I glimpsed someone through the window, descending the back steps on the side of the loading dock. When I got out there, Jenny Knowlton was slipping behind the wheel of a golf cart with Goat Mountain Resort decaled on the side. On the seat beside her was a bowl with 4 eggs in it. "Jenny, wait." She started, then saw it was me and smiled. I was willing to give her an A for effort, but that smile really wasn't up to much. She looked 10 years older than when I'd last seen her, and the dark circles under her eyes suggested I wasn't the only one having sleep problems. She'd stopped dyeing her hair, and there were at least 2 inches of gray below the glossy black. "I woke you, didn't I? Sorry, but it's your own fault. The dish trainer's full of pots and pans, and I hit it with my elbow. Didn't your mother ever teach you to use the dishwasher?" The answer to that was no, because we never had one. What my mother taught me was that it's easier to let stuff air dry, as long as there's not too much. But kitchen cleanup wasn't what I wanted to talk about. "What are you doing here?" "I came for eggs." "You know that's not what I mean." She looked away. "I can't tell you. I made a promise. In fact, I signed a contract." She laughed without humor. "I doubt if it would stand up in court, but I intend to honor it just the same. I owe a debt, the same as you. Besides, you'll know soon enough." "I want to know now." "I have to go. Jamie, he doesn't want us talking. If he found out, he'd be mad. I just wanted a few eggs. If I ever have to look at another bowl of Cheerios or Frosted Flakes, I'll scream." "Unless your car's got a dead battery, you could have gone to Food City in Yarmouth and picked up all the eggs you wanted." "I'm not to leave until it's over. You either. Don't ask me anything else. I have to keep my promise." "For Astrid." "Well, he's paying me a great deal of money for a little bit of nursing, enough to retire on. But mostly for Astrid, yes. Who's watching out for her while you're here? Somebody better be. I don't know what Charlie told you, but there really are after effects from some of his treatments, and they can be—" "She's well cared for. You don't need to worry about that. We have good friends in the community." This time her smile was stronger, more natural, and at least one thing came clear to me. "You're lovers, aren't you?" You and Astrid. Partners. Not long after Maine legalized gay marriage, we set a date to make it official. Then she got sick. That's all I can tell you. I'm going now. I can't be away for long. I left you plenty of eggs. Don't worry. Why can't you be away for long? She shook her head, not meeting my eyes. I have to go. Were you already here when we talked on the phone? No, but I knew I would be. I watched her trundle back down the hill, the golf cart's wheels making tracks in the diamond dew. Those gems wouldn't last long. The day had barely begun, and it was already hot enough to pop sweat on my arms and forehead. She disappeared into the trees. I knew that if I walked down there, I'd find a path. And if I followed the path, I'd come to a cabin. The one where I'd lain breast to breast and hip to hip with Astrid Soderbergh and another life. Shortly after 10 that morning, while I was reading The Mysterious Affair at Styles, one of my late sister's favorites, the first floor was filled with the chiming of Jacob's call button. I went to the Cooper suite, hoping not to find him lying on the floor with a broken hip. I needn't have worried. He was dressed, leaning on his cane, looking out the window. When he turned to me, his eyes were bright. "I think today might be our day," he said. "Be prepared." But it wasn't. When I brought him his supper, barley soup and a cheese sandwich, the television was silent, and he wouldn't open the door. He shouted through it for me to go away, sounding like a petulant child. "You need to eat, Charlie." "What I need is peace and quiet. Leave me alone." I went back around 10 o'clock, meaning only to listen at the door long enough to hear the cackle of his TV. If I did, I'd ask if he didn't at least want some toast before he turned in. The TV was off, but Jacobs was awake and talking in the two loud voice people who are going deaf always seem to use on the phone. "She won't go until I'm ready. You'll make sure of it. That's what I'm paying you for, so see to it." Problems. And with Jenny, it seemed at first. She was close to deciding she'd had enough and wanted to go somewhere. Back to the Down East home she shared with Astrid seemed most likely. At least until it occurred to me that it might actually have been Jenny he was talking to. Which would mean what? The only thing that came to mind was what the verb to go often meant to people of Charlie Jacobs' age. I left his suite without knocking. What he'd been waiting for, what we'd all been waiting for, came the next day. His call chime went off at 1 o'clock. Not long after I'd taken him lunch, the door to the suite was open, and as I approached, I heard the current weather buff and talking about how warm the Gulf of Mexico was and what that augured for the coming hurricane season. Then the guy's voice was cut off by a series of harsh buzzing sounds. When I walked in, I saw a red band running along the bottom of the screen. It was gone before I could read it, but I know a weather warning when I see one. Severe weather during a long, hot spell meant thunderstorms. Thunderstorms meant lightning, and to me, lightning meant skytop. To Jacobs, too, I was betting. He was once more fully dressed. "No false alarms today, Jamie. The storm cells are in upstate New York now, but they're moving east and still intensifying." The buzzing started again, and this time I could read the crawl. Weather alert for York, Cumberland, Androscoggin, Oxford, and Castle counties until 2 a.m. August 1st. Possibility of severe thunderstorms, 90%. Such storms may produce heavy rain, high winds, golf ball-sized hail. Outdoor activities not recommended. No shit, Sherlock, I thought. "These cells can't dissipate or change course," Charlie said. He spoke with the calmness of either madness or absolute certainty. "They can't. She won't last much longer, and I'm too old and sick to start over with someone else. I want you to bring a golf cart around to the kitchen loading dock and be ready to go at a moment's notice." "To Skytop?" I said. He smiled his lopsided smile. "Go now. I need to keep an eye on these storms. They're producing over 100 lightning strikes an hour in the Albany area. Isn't that wonderful?" Not the word I would have chosen. I couldn't remember how many volts he'd said a single lightning strike produced, but I knew it was a lot. In the millions. Charlie's call bell went off again a little after 5 p.m. I went upstairs. Part of me hoping to see him downhearted and angry. Another part as damnably curious as ever. I thought that was the part that would be satisfied, because the day was darkening rapidly in the west, and I could already hear mumbles of thunder, distant but approaching, an army in the sky. Jacobs was still listing to starboard, but excitement, he was fairly bursting with it, made him look years younger. His mahogany box was on the end table. He had shut off the TV in favor of his laptop. "Look at this, Jamie. It's beautiful." The screen displayed NOAA's projection of the evening's weather. It showed a tightening cone of orange and red that went directly over Castle County. The timeline projected the highest probability of heavy weather arriving between 7 and 8. I glanced at my watch and saw it was 5:15. Isn't it beautiful?" "If you say so, Charlie." "Sit down, but get me a glass of water first, if you will. I have some explaining to do, and I think there's just time. Although we'll want to go soon, yes we will. In Carney terminology, we'll want to DS," he cackled. I got a bottle of water from the bar refrigerator and poured it into a Waterford glass. Nothing but the best for guests of the Cooper suite. He sipped and popped his lips in appreciation. A leathery smack I could have done without. Thunder rumbled. He looked toward the sound, the smile that of a man anticipating the arrival of an old friend. Then he turned his attention back to me. "I made a great deal of money playing Pastor Danny, as you know. But instead of spending it on private jets, heated doghouses, and gold-plated bathroom fixtures, I spent mine on two things. One was privacy. I've had enough of Jesus-shouting pagans to last me a lifetime. The other was private investigation firms, a dozen in all, the best of the best, located in a dozen major American cities. I tasked them with finding and tracking certain people suffering from certain diseases, comparative rarities, 8 such illnesses in all. Sick people, not your cures, because that's what you told me." "Oh, they tracked a representative number of cures, too. You weren't the only one interested in after effects, Jamie. But that wasn't their main job. Starting 10 years ago, they found several hundred of these unfortunate sufferers and sent me regular updates. Al Stamper minded the dossiers until he left my employ. Since then, I've done it myself. Many of those unlucky people have since died. Others replaced them. Man is born to illness and sorrow, as you know." I didn't answer, but the thunder did. The sky in the west was now dark with bad intentions. "As my studies progressed, was a book called De Vermis Mysteriis part of your studies, Charlie?" He looked startled, then relaxed. "Good for you. De Vermis wasn't just a part of my studies. It was the basis of them. Prynne went mad, you know. He ended his days in a German castle, studying abstruse mathematics and eating bugs. Grew his fingernails long, tore out his throat with them one night, and died at the age of 37, painting equations on the floor of his room in blood." "Really?" He gave the one-sided shrug, accompanied by the one-sided grin. "Who knows for sure? A cautionary tale, if true, but the histories of such visionaries were written by people interested in making sure no one else followed their paths. Religious types, for the most part, overseers of the heavenly insurance company. But never mind that now. We'll speak of Prynne another day." I doubt it, I thought. As my studies progressed, my investigators began a winnowing process. Hundreds became dozens. Early this year, dozens became 10. In June, the 10 became 3. He leaned forward. I was looking for the one I've always thought of as Patient Omega. Your last cure. This seemed to amuse him. You could say so. Yes, why not? Which brings us to the sad story of Mary Fay, which I just have time to tell before we remove to my workshop. He gave a hoarse laugh that reminded me of Astrid's voice before he cured her. Workshop Omega, I suppose. Only this one is also a well-equipped hospital suite, run by Nurse Jenny. What a find she was, Jamie. Rudy Kelly would have been at a loss, or have gone yipping down the road like a puppy with a wasp in his ear. Tell me the story, I said. Let me know what I'm getting into. He settled back. Once upon a time, in the 70s, a man named Franklin Fay married a woman named Janice Shelley. They were graduate students in the English department at Columbia University and went on to teach together. Franklin was a published poet. I've read his work, and it's quite good. Given more time, he might have been one of the great ones. His wife wrote her dissertation on James Joyce and taught English and Irish literature. In 1980, they had a daughter. Mary. Yes. In 1983, they were offered teaching positions at American College in Dublin as part of a 2-year exchange program. With me so far? Yes. In the summer of 1985, while you were playing music and I was working the Carney circuit with my Portraits and Lightning gaff, the Fays decided to tour Ireland before returning to the States. They rented a camper, what our British and Irish cousins call a caravan, and set out. They stopped one day for a pub lunch in County Offaly. Shortly after they left, they collided head-on with a produce truck. Mr. and Mrs. Fay were killed. The child, riding behind them and strapped in, was badly injured, but survived. It was almost an exact replay of the accident that had killed his wife and son. I thought then that he must have known it, but now I'm not so sure. Sometimes we're just too close. They were driving on the wrong side of the road, you see. My theory is that Franklin had a beer or a glass of wine too many, forgot he was in Ireland, and reverted to his old habit of driving on the right. The same thing may have happened to an American actor, I think, although I don't recall the name. I did, but didn't bother to tell him. In the hospital, young Mary Fay was given a number of blood transfusions. Do you see where this is going? And when I shook my head, the blood was tainted, Jamie, by the infectious prion that causes Creutzfeldt-Jakob, commonly called mad cow disease. More thunder, now a boom instead of a mumble. Mary was raised by an aunt and uncle. She did well in school, became a legal secretary, went back to college to get a law degree, quit the program after 2 semesters, and eventually resumed her former secretarial duties. This was in 2007. The disease she was carrying was dormant and remained so until last summer. Then she began suffering symptoms that are normally associated with drug use, a mental breakdown, or both. She quit her job. Money was in short supply. And by October of 2013, she was also suffering physical symptoms. Myoclonus, ataxia, seizures. The prion was fully awake and hard at work, eating holes in her brain. A spinal tap and MRI finally revealed the culprit. Jesus, I said. Old news footage, probably watched in some motel room or other while I was on the road, began playing behind my eyes. A cow in a muddy stall, legs splayed, head cocked, eyes rolling, mooing mindlessly as it tried to find his feet. "Jesus can't help Mary Fay," he said. "But you can." His answer was a look I couldn't read. Then he turned his head and studied the darkening sky. "Help me up. I don't intend to miss my appointment with the lightning. I've been waiting for it my whole life." He pointed to the mahogany box on the end table. "And bring that. I'll need what's inside." Magic rods instead of magic rings. But he shook his head. "Not for this." We took the elevator. He made it into the lobby under his own power, then dropped into one of the chairs near the dead fireplace. "Go to the supply room at the end of the East Wing corridor. In it you'll find a piece of equipment I've been avoiding." That turned out to be an old-fashioned wheelchair with a wicker seat and iron wheels that screeched like devils. I rolled it down to the lobby and helped him into it. He held out his hands for the mahogany box, and I handed it over, not without misgivings. He held it curled to his chest like a baby, and as I rolled him through the restaurant and into the deserted kitchen, he resumed his story with a question. "Can you guess why Miss Fay quit law school?" "Because she got sick." He shook his head disapprovingly. "Don't you listen? The prion was still dormant at that time." "She decided she didn't like it. Her grades weren't good enough." "Neither." He turned to me and gave his eyebrows an old roué's waggle. "Mary Fay is that heroine of the modern age, a single mother. The child, a boy named Victor, is now 7 years old. I've never met him. Mary didn't want that, but she showed me many pictures of him while we were discussing his future. He reminded me of my own little boy." We had reached the door to the loading dock, but I didn't push it open. "Does the kid have what she has?" "No, not now, at least." "Will he?" "Impossible to be entirely sure, but he's tested negative for the CJ prion. So far, at least." More thunder boomed. The wind had begun to pick up, rattling the door and making a momentary low howling beneath the eaves. "Come on, Jamie. We really must go." The loading dock stairs were too steep for him to negotiate with his cane, so I carried him. He was shockingly light. I deposited him in the passenger seat of the golf cart and got behind the wheel. As we drove across the gravel and onto the downward-sloping expanse of lawn behind the resort, there was another clap of thunder. The clouds to the west of us were purple-black stacks. As I looked, lightning forked down from their distended bellies in 3 different places. Any possibility of the storm missing us was gone, and when it hit, it was going to rock our world. Charlie said, "Many years ago, I told you about how the iron rod on Skytop attracts the lightning, much more than an ordinary lightning rod would. Do you remember?" "Yes." "Did you ever come here and see for yourself?" "No." I told this lie without hesitation. What had happened at Skytop in the summer of 1974 was between me and Astrid. I suppose I might have told Bree, if she'd ever asked about my first time, but not Charlie Jacobs. Never him. "And De Verme's mysterious. Prin speaks of the vast machinery that runs the mill of the universe, and the river of power that machinery draws on. He calls that river Potestas Magnum Universum," I said. He stared at me, bushy eyebrows hiked to what had once been his hairline. "I was wrong about you. You're not stupid at all." The wind gusted. Ripples raced across the grass that hadn't been cut in weeks. The speeding air was still warm against my cheek. When it turned cold, the rain would come. "It's lightning, isn't it?" I said. "That's the Potestas Magnum Universum." "No, Jamie." He spoke almost gently. "For all its voltage, lightning is a mere trickle of power. One of many such that feed what I call secret electricity. But that secret electricity, awesome though it may be, is itself only a tributary. It feeds something much greater, a power beyond the ability of human beings to comprehend. That is the potestas magnum universum of which Prynne wrote, and it's what I expect to tap today. The lightning and this, he raised the box in his bony hands, are only means to an end. We passed into the trees, following the path Jenny had taken after she'd gotten her eggs. Branches swayed above us. Leaves that might soon be ripped away by wind and hail were in agitated conversation. I abruptly took my foot off the cart's accelerator button, and it stopped at once, as electrically powered vehicles are wont to do. If you're planning to tap into the secrets of the universe, Charlie, maybe you should count me out. The cures are scary enough. You're talking about, I don't know, a kind of doorway. A small one, I thought, covered with dead ivy. Calm yourself, he said. Yes, there's a doorway. Prynne speaks of it, and I believe Astrid did as well. But I don't want to open it. I only want to peek through the keyhole. In God's name, why? He looked at me then with a species of wild contempt. Are you a fool, after all? What would you call a door that's closed against all of humankind? Why don't you just tell me? He sighed as if I were hopeless. Drive on, Jamie. And if I won't, then I'll walk. And when my legs won't carry me any further, I'll crawl. He was bluffing, of course. He couldn't have gone on without me. But I didn't know that then, and so I drove on. The cabin where I'd made love to Astrid was gone. Where it had stood, sway-backed, slumping in on itself, tagged with graffiti, was a nifty little cottage, white with green trim. There was a square plot of lawn and showy summer flowers that would be gone by day's end, stripped clean by the storm. East of the cottage, the paved road gave way to the gravel I remembered from my trips to Skytop with Astrid. It ended at that bulging dome of granite where the iron pole jutted toward the black sky. Jenny, dressed in a flower print blouse and white nylon Nancy nurse pants, was standing on the stoop, arms crossed below her breasts and hands cupping her elbows as if she were cold. There was a stethoscope looped around her neck. I pulled up at the steps and walked around the golf cart's snout to where Jacobs was struggling to get out. Jenny came down the steps and helped me get him on his feet. Thank God you're here! She had to shout to be heard over the rising wind. The pines and spruces were bending and bowing before it. I thought you weren't coming after all. Thunder rolled, and when a flash of lightning followed it, she cringed. Inside, I yelled at her. Right now! The wind had turned chill, and my sweaty skin was as good as a thermometer, registering the change in the air. The storm was only minutes away. We got Jacobs up the steps, one on each side. The wind spun the thin remnants of his hair around his skull in whirlpools. He still had his cane, and hugged the mahogany box protectively against his chest. I heard a rattling sound, looked toward Skytop, and saw bits of scree smashed out of the granite by lightning strikes of previous storms being tumbled down the slope by the wind and off the edge of the drop. Once we were inside, Jenny couldn't get the door shut. I managed, but had to put some real muscle into it. When it was closed, the howl of the wind dropped a little. I could hear the cottage's wooden bones creaking, but it seemed sturdy enough. I didn't think we'd blow away, and the iron rod would catch any close strokes of lightning. At least I hoped so. There's a half bottle of whiskey in the kitchen. Jacob sounded out of breath, but otherwise calm. Unless you've polished it off, Miss Knowlton. She shook her head. Her face was pale, her eyes large and shining. Not with tears, but with terror. She jumped at every clap of thunder. Bring me a small taste, Jacobs told me. 1 finger will be plenty. And pour one for yourself and Miss Knowlton. We'll toast to the success of our endeavor. "I don't want to drink, and I don't want to toast anything," Jenny said. "I just want this to be over. I was crazy to get involved." "Go on, Jamie," Jacob said. "Bring 3, and speedily. Tempus fugit." The bottle was on the counter next to the sink. I set out 3 juice glasses and poured a splash into each. I very rarely drank, fearing booze might lead me back to dope, but I needed this one. When I returned to the living room, Jenny was gone. Lightning flashed blue in the windows. The lamps in the overhead flickered, then came back bright. "She needed to see to our patient," Jacob said. "I'll drink hers. Unless you want it, that is." "Did you send me to the kitchen so you could talk to her, Charlie?" "Nonsense." Smiling on the good half of his face, the other half remaining grave and watchful. "You know I'm lying," that half seemed to say. "But it's too late now, isn't it?" I gave him one of the juice glasses and set the one meant for Jenny on a table at the end of the couch, where magazines had been arranged in a tasteful fan. It occurred to me that I might have entered Astrid's body for the first time on the very spot where that table stood. "Hold still, honey," she said, and then, "It's wonderful." Jacobs raised his drink. "Here's to—" I tossed mine off before he could finish. He looked at me reproachfully, then swallowed his, except for one drop that dribbled down the frozen side of his mouth. "You find me odious, don't you? I'm sorry you feel that way. More than you'll ever know." "Not odious. Scary. I'd find anyone scary who's monkeying around with forces beyond their comprehension." He picked up the drink that had been meant for Jenny. Through the glass, the frozen side of his face was magnified. "Oh, I could argue, but why bother? The storm is almost upon us, and when the skies clear again, we'll be done with each other. But at least be man enough to admit you're curious. That's a large part of what brought you here. You want to know, just as I do, as Prim did. The only one here against her will is poor Jenny. She came to pay a debt of love, which gives her a nobility we cannot share." The door behind him opened. I caught a whiff of sick-room odors, pee, body lotion, disinfectant. Jenny closed it behind her, saw the glass in Jacob's hand, and plucked it away. She swallowed with a grimace that made the tendons in her neck stand out. Jacobs bent over his cane, studying her closely. "May I assume?" "Yes." Thunder boomed. She gave a little scream and let go of the empty juice glass. It hit the carpet and rolled away. "Go back into her," Jacob said. "Jamie and I will join you very shortly." Jenny re-entered the sick room without a word. Jacobs faced me. "Listen very closely. When we go in, you'll see a bureau on your left. There's a revolver in the top drawer. Sam, the security guard, procured it for me. I don't expect you'll need to use it. But if you do, Jamie, don't hesitate." "Why in God's name would I—" "We spoke of a certain door. It's the door into death. And sooner or later, each one of us grows small, reduced to nothing but mind and spirit. And in that reduced state we pass through, leaving our bodies behind like empty gloves. Sometimes death is natural, a mercy that puts an end to suffering. But all too often it comes as an assassin, full of senseless cruelty and lacking any vestige of compassion. My wife and son, taken in a stupid and pointless accident, are perfect examples. Your sister is another. They are 3 of millions. For most of my life, I've railed against those who tried to explain that stupidity and pointlessness with prattlings about faith and children's stories about heaven. Such nonsense never comforted me, and I am sure it never comforted you. And yet, there is something." "Yes," I thought, as thunder cracked hard enough and close enough to shake panes of window glass in their frames. Something is there, beyond the door, and something will happen, something very terrible, unless I put a stop to it. In my experiments, I've glimpsed intimations of that something. I've seen its shape in every cure the secret electricity has affected. I even know it from the after effects, some of which you have noted. Those are trailing fragments of some unknown existence beyond our lives. Everyone wonders at one time or other what lies beyond the wall of death. Today, Jamie, we'll see for ourselves. I want to know what happened to my wife and son. I want to know what the universe has in store for all of us once life is over, and I intend to find out. We're not meant to see. Shock had stolen most of my voice, and I wasn't sure he'd hear me over the rising wind, but he did. Can you tell me you don't think about your sister Claire every day? That you don't wonder if she still exists somewhere? I said nothing, but he nodded as if I had. Of course you do. And we'll have answers shortly. Mary Fay will give them to us. How can she? My lips felt numb, not from the alcohol. How can she, if you cure her? He gave me a look that asked if I were really that clueless. I can't cure her. Those 8 diseases I mentioned were picked because none are amenable to cure by the secret electricity. The wind rose to a shout, and the first erratic burst of rain struck the west side of the house, hitting so hard they sounded like thrown pebbles. Miss Knowlton turned off Mary Fay's ventilator as we were coming here from the resort. She's been dead for almost 15 minutes. Her blood is cooling. The computer inside her skull, wounded by the disease she carried from childhood, but still marvelous, has gone dark. You think? You actually think? I couldn't finish. I was flabbergasted. Yes. It's taken years of study and experiment to reach this point, but yes. Using lightning as a road to the secret electricity, and the secret electricity as a thoroughfare to potestas magnum universum. I intend to bring Mary Fay back to some form of life. I intend to learn the truth of what's on the other side of the door that leads into the kingdom of death. I'll learn it from the lips of someone who's been there. You're insane. I turned toward the door. I won't play any part in this. I can't stop you, if you really mean to leave, he said. Although, to go out in a storm like this would be the height of recklessness. Would it help if I told you that I'll proceed without you, and that would put Miss Knowlton's life at risk, as well as my own? How ironic it would be if she were to die so soon after Astrid was saved. I turned back. My hand was on the knob. Rain was pounding against the door on the other side. Lightning printed a brief blue rectangle on the carpet. You can find out what happened to Claire. His voice was low now, soft and silky. The voice of Pastor Danny at his most persuasive. The voice of a coaxing devil. You might even be able to speak with her. Hear her tell you that she loves you. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Always assuming she's still there as a conscious entity, of course. And don't you want to know? There was another flash of lightning, and from the mahogany box, a poisonous, greenish, purple wink of light shot through a gap in the latch. There at 1 second, gone the next. If it's any comfort to you, Miss Fay agreed to this experiment. The paperwork is an apple pie order, including a signed affidavit giving me power to cease so-called heroic measures at my own discretion in return for my brief and entirely respectful use of her remains. Mary's son will be taken care of with a generous trust fund that will see him well into adulthood. There are no victims here, Jamie. So you say, I thought. So you say. Thunder roared. This time, just before the stroke of lightning, I heard a faint clicking sound. Jacobs did too. The time has arrived. Come into the room with me, or go away. I'll come, I said, and I'll be praying nothing happens, because this isn't an experiment, Charlie. This is hell's work. Think what you want, and pray all you like. Maybe you'll have better luck than I ever did, although I really doubt it. He opened the door, and I followed him into the room where Mary Fay had died. Chapter 13. The Revival of Mary Fay. There was a large, east-facing window in Mary Fay's death chamber, but the storm was almost fully upon us now, and all I saw through it was a tarnished silver curtain of rain. The room was a nest of shadows in spite of the table lamp. My left shoulder brushed the bureau Jacobs had mentioned, but I never thought of the revolver in the top drawer. All my attention was taken up by the still figure lying in the hospital bed. I had a clear view, because the various monitors had been turned off and the IV pole had been pushed into the corner. She was beautiful. Death had erased any marks incised by the disease that had infested her brain, and her upturned face, alabaster skin set off by luxuriant masses of dark chestnut hair, was as perfect as any cameo. Her eyes were shut. Thick lashes lay against her cheeks. Her lips were slightly parted. A sheet was pulled up to her shoulders. Her clasped hands lay on it, above the swell of her bosom. A snatch of poetry, something from 12th grade English, came to mind and chimed there. Thy hyacinth hair, thy classic face, how statue-like I see thee. Jenny Knowlton stood beside the now useless ventilator, wringing her hands. Lightning flashed. In its momentary glare I saw the iron pole on Skytop, standing as it had for God knew how many years, challenging each storm to do its worst. Jacobs was holding out the box. Help me, Jamie. We must be swift. Take it and open it. I'll do the rest. Don't, Jenny said from her corner. For the love of God, let her rest in peace. Jacobs might not have heard her over the drumming rain and screaming wind. I did, but chose to ignore her. This is how we bring about our own damnation, you know, by ignoring the voice that begs us to stop while there's still time. I opened the box. There were no rods inside and no control box. What had taken their place was a metallic headband, as thin as the strap on a young girl's dress shoe. Jacobs took it out carefully, reverently, and gently pulled it. I saw it stretch, and when the next stroke of lightning came, once more preceded by that faint, clicking sound, I saw green radiance dance across it, making it look like something other than dead metal. A snake, maybe. Jacobs said, Miss Knowlton, lift her head for me. She shook her head so hard her hair flew. He sighed, Jamie, you do it. I moved to the bed like a man in a dream. I thought of Patricia Farmingdale pouring salt in her eyes, of Emil Klein eating dirt, of Hugh Yates watching as the faithful in Pastor Danny's revival tent were replaced by huge ants. I thought, every cure has its price. There was another click, followed by another flash of lightning. Thunder roared, shaking the house. The bedside lamp went out. For a moment the room was plunged into shadows, and then a generator clattered to life. Quickly! Jacob's voice was pained. I saw burns across both his palms, but he hadn't dropped the headband. It was his last conductor, his conduit to potestas magnum universum, and I believed then, and now, that not even death by electrocution would have made him drop it. "Quickly, before lightning strikes the pole." I lifted Mary Fay's head. Her chestnut hair fell away from that perfect and perfectly still face in a dark flood that pooled on the pillow. Charlie was beside me, bending down and breathing in harsh, excited gasps. His exhaltation stank of age and infirmity. It occurred to me that he could have waited a few months and investigated what lay on the other side of the door personally, but that, of course, wasn't what he wanted. At the heart of every established religion is one sacred mystery that supports belief and induces fidelity, even to the point of martyrdom. Did he want to know what lay beyond death's door? Yes. But what he wanted more, I believe this with all my heart, was to violate that mystery, to drag it into the light and hold it up, screaming, "Here it is! What all your crusades and murder in the name of God were for, here it is, and how do you like it?" "Her hair. Lift her hair." He turned accusingly to the woman cowering in the corner. "Damn you, I said, cut it." Jenny made no reply. I lifted Mary Fay's hair. It was as soft and heavy as a bolt of silk, and I knew why Jenny hadn't cut it. She couldn't bear to. Jacob slipped the thin band of metal over her forehead, so it lay tight against the hollows of her temples. "All right," he said, straightening up. I laid the dead woman's head gently back on the pillow, and as I looked at those dark lashes brushing against her cheeks, a comforting thought came to me. It wouldn't work. Cures were one thing. Reviving a woman who had been dead for 15 minutes? No, closer to half an hour now, was another. It simply wasn't possible. And if a stroke of lightning packing millions of volts did do something, if it caused her to twitch her fingers or turn her head, it would be no more meaningful than the jerk of a dead frog's leg when electricity from a dry cell is applied. What could he hope to accomplish? Even if her brain had been perfectly healthy, it would now be decaying in her skull. Brain death is irrevocable. Even I knew that. I stepped back. "Now what, Charlie?" "We wait," he said. "It won't be long." When the bedside lamp went out a second time, 30 seconds or so later, it didn't come back on, and I could no longer hear the roar of the Jenny below the roar of the wind. Now that he had slipped the metal band around Mary Fay's head, Jacob seemed to have lost interest in her. He was staring out the window, hands clasped behind his back like a ship's captain on a bridge. The iron pole wasn't visible through the teeming rain, not even as a shadow. But we'd see it when the lightning struck it, if the lightning struck it. So far, it hadn't. Perhaps there is a God, I thought, and he's taken sides against Charles Jacobs. "Where's the control box?" I asked him. "Where's the connection to that pole out there?" He looked at me as if I were an imbecile. "There's no way to control the power that lies beyond the lightning. It would fry even a titanium box to a cinder. As for the connection, it's you, Jamie. Haven't you guessed even yet why you're here? Did you think I brought you to cook my meals?" Once he'd said it, I couldn't understand why I hadn't seen it before, why it had taken me so long. The secret electricity had never really left me, or any of the people Pastor Danny had cured. Sometimes it slept, like the disease that had hidden so long in Mary Fay's brain. Sometimes it awoke and made you eat dirt, or pour salt in your eyes, or hang yourself with your pants. That small doorway needed 2 keys to unlock it. Mary Fay was one. I was the other. "Charlie, you have to stop this." "Stop? Are you insane?" "No," I thought. "That would be you. I've come to my senses. I just hoped it wasn't too late. There's something waiting on the other side. Astrid called it Mother. I don't think you want to see her, and I know I don't." I bent to strip off the metal circlet that lay across Mary Fay's brow. He grabbed me in a bear hug and pulled me away. His arms were scrawny, and I should have been able to break his grip, but I couldn't, at least not at first. He held me with all the strength of his obsession. As we struggled away in that gloomy, shadow-haunted room, the wind suddenly dropped. The rain slackened. Through the window I could see the pole again, and small rivers of water running down the wrinkles in the bulging forehead of granite that was skytop. Thank God, I thought. The storm is passing by. I stopped fighting him just as I was on the verge of breaking free, and so lost my chance to end that day's abomination before it could begin. The storm wasn't over. It had only been drawing in a breath before commencing its main assault. The wind rushed back, this time at hurricane velocity, and in the split-second interval before the lightning came, I felt what I had on the day I'd come here with Astrid, the stiffening of all the hair on my body, and the sense that the air in the room had turned to oil. Not a click this time, but a snap, as loud as a small-caliber gunshot. Jenny screamed in terror. A jagged branch of fire shot from the clouds and struck the iron pole and skytop, turning it blue. My head was filled with a vast choir of shrieking voices, and I understood it was everyone Charles Jacobs had ever cured, plus everyone he'd ever snapped with his portraits and lightning camera. Not just the ones who'd suffered after effects. All of them, in their thousands. If that shrieking had gone on for even 10 seconds, it would have driven me insane. But as the electric fire coating the pole faded, leaving it to glow a dull cherry red, like a branding iron fresh from the fire, those agonized voices also faded away. Thunder rolled and rain swooshed down in a rush, accompanied by a rattle of hail. "Oh, my God!" Jenny screamed. "Oh, my God! Look at it!" The circlet around Mary Fay's head was glowing a brilliant, pulsing green. I saw it with more than my eyes. It was deep in my brain as well, because I was the connection. I was the conduit. The glow began to fade, and then a fresh bolt of lightning struck the pole. The choir shrieked again. This time the band passed from green into a coruscating white, too dazzling to look at. I closed my eyes and put my hands over my ears. In the darkness, the after-image of the circlet remained, now an ethereal blue. The interior screams faded. I opened my eyes and saw the glow embedded in the circlet was fading as well. Jacobs was staring at the corpse of Mary Fay with wide, fascinated eyes. Drool dripped from the frozen side of his mouth. The hail gave a final, furious rattle, then quit. The rain began to slacken. I saw lightning fork into the trees beyond Skytop, but the storm was already moving east. Jenny abruptly bolted from the room, leaving the door open. I heard her crash into something as she crossed the living room, and the bang when the door to the outside, the one I had to struggle to close, flew open and hit the wall. She was gone. Jacobs took no notice. He bent over the dead woman, who lay with her eyes shut and her sooty lashes brushing her cheeks. The circlet was only dead metal now. In the shadowy room, it didn't even gleam. If it had burned her forehead, the mark was beneath the band. I didn't think it had. I would have smelled charred flesh. "Wake up," Jacob said. When there was no response, he shouted it. "Wake up!" He shook her arm, gently at first, then harder. Wake up, damn you! Wake up!" Her head wagged from side to side as he shook her, as if in negation. "Wake up, you bitch! Wake up!" He was going to pull her out of bed and onto the floor if he didn't stop, and I couldn't have borne that further desecration. I grabbed his right shoulder and hauled him away. We staggered backward in an awkward dance and crashed into the bureau. He turned on me, his face wild with fury and frustration. "Let me go! Let me go! I saved your miserable, useless life, and I demand you—" Then something happened. From the bed came a low humming sound. I relaxed my grip on Jacobs. The corpse lay as it had lain, only now with its hands splayed out at its sides, thanks to Charlie's shaking. It was just the wind, I thought. I'm sure I could have convinced myself of it given time, but before I could even get started, it came again. A faint humming from the woman on the bed. "She's returning," Charlie said. His eyes were huge, bulging from their sockets like the eyes of a toad squeezed by a cruel child. "She's reviving. She's alive." "No," I said. If he heard, he paid no mind. All of his attention was fixed on the woman in the bed, the pale oval of her face deep in the swimming shadows that infested the room. He lurched toward her like Ahab on the deck of the Pequod, dragging his bad leg. His tongue lapped at his mouth on the side that wasn't frozen. He was gasping for breath. "Mary," he said. Mary Fay. The humming sound came again, low and tuneless. Her eyes remained shut, but I realized with a cold chill of horror that I could see them moving beneath the lids, as if in death she dreamed. "Do you hear me?" His voice, dry with an almost prurient eagerness. "If you hear me, give me a sign." The humming continued. Jacobs put the palm of his hand on her left breast, then turned to me. Incredibly, he was grinning. In the gloom, he looked like a death's head. "No heartbeat," he said. "Yet she lives. She lives." No, I thought. She waits. But the wait is almost over. Jacobs turned back to her and lowered his half-frozen face until it was only inches from her dead one, a Romeo with his Juliet. "Mary, Mary Fay, come back to us. Come back and tell us where you've been." It's hard for me to think of what happened next, let alone write it down, but I must, if only as a warning for anyone else who contemplates some similar experiment in damnation and may read these words and turn back because of them. She opened her eyes. Mary Fay opened her eyes. But they were no longer human eyes. Lightning had smashed the lock on a door that was never supposed to be opened, and Mother came through. They were blue eyes at first, bright blue. There was nothing in them. They were utterly blank. They stared at the ceiling through Jacob's avid face, and through the ceiling, and through the cloudy sky beyond. Then they came back. They registered him, and some understanding, some comprehension came into them. She made that humming sound again, but I hadn't seen her draw a single breath. What need? She was a dead thing, except for those inhuman, staring eyes. "Where have you been, Mary Fay?" His voice trembled. Saliva continued to drip from the bad side of his mouth, leaving damp spots on the sheet. "Where have you been? What did you see there? What waits beyond death? What's on the other side? Tell me." Her head began to pulse, as if the dead brain within had grown too big for his casing. Her eyes began to darken, first to lavender, then to purple, then to indigo. Her lips drew back in a smile that widened and became a grin. It grew until I could see all her teeth. One of her hands trundled across the counterpane, spider-like, and seized Jacob's wrist. He gasped at her cold grip and flailed for balance with his free hand. I took it, and thus the three of us, two living, one dead, were joined. Her head pulsed on the pillow, growing, bloating. She was no longer beautiful. She was no longer even human. The room didn't fade. It was still there, but I saw it was an illusion. The cottage was an illusion, and Skytop and the resort, the whole living world, was an illusion. What I thought of as reality was nothing but a scrim, as flimsy as an old nylon stocking. The true world was behind it. Basalt blocks rose to a black sky, punched with howling stars. I think those blocks were all that remained of a vast, ruined city. It stood in a barren landscape. Barren, yes, but not empty. A wide and seemingly endless column of naked human beings trudged through it, heads down, feet stumbling. This nightmare parade stretched all the way to the distant horizon. Driving the humans were ant-like creatures, most black, some the dark red of venous blood. When humans fell, the ant things would lunge at them, biting and butting until they gained their feet again. I saw young men and old women. I saw teenagers with babies in their arms. I saw children trying to help each other along, and on every face was the same expression of blank horror. They marched beneath the howling stars. They fell. They were punished and chivied to their feet with gaping but bloodless bite wounds on their arms and legs and abdomens. Bloodless because these were the dead. The foolish mirage of earthly life had been torn away, and instead of the heaven preachers of all persuasions promised, what awaited them was a dead city of cyclopean stone blocks below a sky that was itself a scrim. The howling stars weren't stars at all. They were holes, and the howls emerging from them came from the true potestas magnum universum. Beyond the sky were entities. They were alive and all-powerful and totally insane. The after-effects are trailing fragments of an unknown existence beyond our lives, Charlie had said. And that existence lay close in this sterile place, a prismatic world of insane truth that would drive a man or woman mad if it was so much as glimpsed. The ant-things served those great entities, just as the marching naked dead served the ant-things. Perhaps the city wasn't a city at all, but a kind of ant-hill, where all the dead of Earth were first enslaved and then eaten. And once that happened, did they finally die for good? Perhaps not. I didn't want to remember the couplet Bree had quoted in her email, but was helpless not to. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange eons even death may die. Somewhere in that marching horde were Patsy Jacobs and Tagalong Maury. Somewhere in it was Claire, who deserved heaven and had gotten this instead. A sterile world below hollow stars, a charnel kingdom where guardian ant-things sometimes crawled and sometimes stood upright, their faces hideously suggestive of the human. This horror was the afterlife, and it was waiting not just for the evil ones among us, but for us all. My mind began to totter. It was a relief, and I almost let go. One idea saved my sanity, and I still cling to it. The possibility that this nightmare landscape was itself a mirage. "No!" I shouted. The marching dead turned toward my voice. The ant-things did likewise, their mandibles gnashing, their loathsome eyes, loathsome but intelligent, glaring. Overhead, the sky began to tear open with a titanic ripping sound. An enormous black leg, covered with tufts of spiny fur, pushed through it. The leg ended in a vast claw made of human faces. Its owner wanted one thing and one thing only, to silence the voice of negation. It was Mother. "No!" I shouted again. "No! No! No! No!" It was our connection to the revived dead woman that was causing this vision. Even in the extremity of my horror, I knew it. Jacobs's hand clutched mine like a manacle. If it had been the right hand, the good hand, I could never have freed myself in time, but it was the weakened left. I pulled with all my might as that obscene leg stretched toward me and that claw of screaming faces groped, meaning to yank me upward into the unknowable universe of horror that awaited beyond that black paper sky. Now, through the rip in the firmament, I could see. Insane light and colors never meant to be looked upon by mortal creatures. The colors were alive. I could feel them crawling over me. I gave one final yank, freeing myself from Charlie's grip, and went tumbling backward. The empty plain, the vast, broken city, the groping claw, they all disappeared. I was in the bedroom of the cottage again, sprawled on the floor. My old fifth business stood beside the bed. Mary Fay, or whatever dark creature Jacobs's secret electricity had summoned into her corpse and dead brain, gripped his hand. Her head had become a pulsing jellyfish, with a human face crudely scrawled upon it. Her eyes were a lusterless black. Her grin... You would say no one can actually grin ear to ear, and it's just a saying, but the dead woman who was no longer dead was doing exactly that. The lower half of her face had become a black pit that trembled and throbbed. Jacobs stared at her with bulging eyes. His face had gone a cheesy yellow-white. "Patricia, Patsy, where are you? Where's Maury?" The thing spoke for the first and last time. "Gone to serve the great ones in the null. No death, no light, no rest." "No!" His chest hitched and he screamed it. "No!" He tried to pull back. It held him fast. Now from the dead woman's gaping mouth came a black leg with a flexing claw at the end of it. The claw was alive. It was a face, one I recognized. It was Tag-along Maury, and he was screaming. I heard a tenebrous rustling sound as the leg passed between her lips. In my nightmares, I still hear it. It reached, it stretched, it touched the sheet and scrabbled there like skinless fingers, leaving scorch marks that gave off thin tendrils of smoke. The black eyes of the thing that had been Mary Fay were bulging and spreading. They merged over the bridge of the nose and became a single enormous orb that stared with blank avidity. Charlie's head snapped back, and he began to make a gargling sound. He stood on his toes, seeming to make one final, galvanic effort to free himself from the grasping hand of the thing that was trying to come through from that insane netherworld I now know is so close to our own. Then he collapsed to his knees and fell forward with his forehead against the bed. He looked like he was praying. The thing let go of him and turned its unspeakable attention to me. It threw back the sheet and struggled to rise, that black insect's leg still extruding from its gaping maw of a mouth. Now Patsy's face had joined Maury's. They were melted together, writhing. I got up by pressing my back against the wall and pushing with my legs. Mary Fay's bloated, pulsing face was darkening, as if she were strangling on the thing inside her. That one smooth black eye stared, and reflected in it, I fancied I could see the Cyclopean city and the endless column of the marching dead. I don't remember yanking open the top drawer of the bureau. I only know that all at once the gun was in my hand. I believe if it had been an automatic with the safety on, I would have just stood there, pulling at the frozen trigger, until the thing arose, shambled across the room, and seized me. That claw would have pulled me into its gaping mouth and into that other world, where I would face some unspeakable punishment for daring to say one word. No. But it wasn't an automatic. It was a revolver. I fired 5 times, and 4 of the bullets went into the thing trying to rise from Mary Fay's deathbed. I have reason to know exactly how many shots I fired. I heard the roar of the gun and saw repeated muzzle flashes into the gloom, felt it jump in my hand, but all of that seemed to be happening to someone else. The thing flailed and fell back. The melted faces screamed with mouths that had merged. I remember thinking, "You can't kill Mother with bullets, Jamie. No, not her." But it was no longer moving. The obscenity that had come out of its mouth lay limp, trailing on the pillow. The faces of Jacob's wife and son were fading. I covered my eyes and screamed over and over again. I screamed until I was hoarse. When I lowered my hands, the claw was gone. Mother was gone, too. If she was ever there in the first place, I hear you say, and I don't blame you. I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't been there. But I was. They were. The dead ones. And she was. Now, however, it was only Mary Fay, a woman whose serenity in death had been destroyed by 4 bullets fired into her corpse. She lay askew with her hair fanned out around her head and her mouth hanging open. I could see 2 bullet holes in her nightgown and 2 more below them in the sheet that was now puddled around her hips. I could also see the scorch marks left by that terrible claw, although there was no other sign of it now. Jacobs began very slowly to slide to his left. I reached out, but the movement felt slow and dreamy. I didn't even come close to grabbing him. He thumped to the floor on his side, knees still bent. His eyes were wide open, but already glazing. An unutterable expression of horror was stamped on his features. "Charlie, you look like a man who just got a bad electrical shock," I thought, and began to laugh. Oh, how I did laugh. I bent over, grasping my knees to keep from falling. It was almost noiseless, that laughter. The screaming had blown my voice out, but it was genuine, because it was funny. You see that, don't you? Bad electrical shock. A shocking development. Hilarious. But all the time I was laughing. convulsed with it, sick with it. I kept my eyes on Mary Fay, waiting for the hair-tufted black leg to slither out of her mouth again, giving birth to those screaming faces. At last, I staggered out of the death chamber and through the living room. A few broken branches lay on the carpet, blown through the door Jenny Knowlton had left open. They crunched like bones under my feet, and I wanted to scream again, but I was too tired. Oh, I was so tired. The stacked storm clouds were moving away to the east, throwing down random forks of lightning as they went. Soon the streets of Brunswick and Freeport would be flooded, the storm drains temporarily clogged with chips of hail. But between those dark clouds and the place where I stood, a rainbow bent its many-colored arc over the entire breadth of Androscoggin County. Hadn't there been rainbows on the day Astrid and I had come here? God gave Noah the rainbow sign we used to sing during our Thursday night MYF meetings, while Patsy Jacobs swayed on the piano bench and her ponytail swung from side to side. A rainbow was supposed to be a good sign. It meant the storm was over. But looking at this one filled me with fresh horror and revulsion, because it reminded me of Hugh Yates. Hugh and his prismatics. Hugh who had also seen the ant things. The world began to darken. I realized I was on the verge of fainting, and that was good. Perhaps when I woke up, my mind would have blotted all this out. That would be even better. Even madness would be better, as long as there was no mother in it. Death would be best of all. Robert Rivard had known it. Kathy Morse had, too. I remember the revolver then. Surely there was a bullet left in it for me, but it seemed like no solution. Perhaps it would have, if I hadn't heard what Mother said to Jacobs. No death, no light, no rest. Only the great ones, she had said. In the null. My knees unhinged, and I went down, leaning against the side of the doorway, and that was where I blacked out. Chapter 14. After Effects. Those things happened 3 years ago. Now I live in Kailua, not far from my brother Conrad. It's a pretty coastal town on the Big Island. My place is on Oniava Street, a neighborhood quite distant from the beach and an even longer stretch from fashionable, but the apartment is spacious and, for Hawaii at least, cheap. Also, it's close to Ku'ulie Road, and that's an important consideration. The Brandon L. Martin Psychiatric Center is on Ku'ulie Road, and that's where my psychiatrist hangs out his shingle. Edward Braithwaite says he's 41, but to me he looks like he's 30. I've found that when you're 61, an age I will reach this August, every man and woman between the ages of 25 and 45 appears to be 30. It's hard to take people seriously when they look as if they're barely past their terrible 20s. It is for me, anyway. But I try hard with Braithwaite, because he's done me quite a lot of good. Although I'd have to say that the antidepressants have done more. I know that some people don't like them. They claim the pills muffled both their thinking and their emotions, and I can testify that they do. Thank God they do. I connected with Ed thanks to Con, who gave up the guitar for athletics and gave up athletics for astronomy, although he's still a volleyball monster and not bad on the tennis court either. I've told Dr. Braithwaite everything you've read in these pages. I held back nothing. He doesn't believe much of it, of course. Who in his right mind would? But what a relief in the telling. And certain elements of the story have given him pause, because they are verifiable. Pastor Danny, for instance. Even now, a Google search for that name will yield almost 1 million results. Check it yourself if you don't believe me. Whether or not any of his cures were genuine remains a matter of debate, but that's true even of Pope John Paul, who supposedly cured a French nun of Parkinson's while alive, and a Costa Rican woman of an aneurysm 6 years after he died. A good trick. What happened to many of Charlie's cures, what they did to themselves and what they did to others, is also a matter of fact rather than of conjecture. Ed Braithwaite believes I wove those facts into my narrative to give them verisimilitude. He almost said as much one day last year when he quoted Jung to me. The world's most brilliant confabulators are in asylums. I'm not in an asylum. When I finish my sessions at Martin Psychiatric, I'm free to leave and go back to my silent, sunny apartment. For this, I am grateful. I'm also grateful to still be alive, because many of Pastor Danny's curers are not. Between the summer of 2014 and the fall of 2015, they committed suicide by the dozens, perhaps by the hundreds. It's hard to be sure. I'm helpless not to imagine them reawakening in that other world, marching naked beneath the howling stars, harried along by terrible ant soldiers, and I'm very glad I'm not among them. I think that gratitude for life, whatever the cause, indicates that one has managed to hold on to the core of one's sanity. That some of my sanity is gone forever, amputated, like an arm or a leg, by what I saw in Mary Fay's death room, is a fact I've learned to live with. And for 50 minutes every Tuesday and Thursday, between 2 o'clock and 2:50, I talk. How I do talk. On the morning after the storm, I woke up on one of the couches in the lobby of the Goat Mountain Resort. My face hurt and my bladder was bursting, but I had no desire to relieve myself in the men's room across from the restaurant. There were mirrors in there, and I didn't want to glimpse my reflection even by accident. I went outside to piss and saw one of the resort's golf carts crashed into the porch steps. There was blood on the seat and the rudimentary dashboard. I looked down at my shirt and saw more blood. When I wiped my swollen nose, a maroon crust flaked off on my finger. So I had driven the golf cart and crashed it and bumped my face, although I could remember doing none of that. To say I didn't want to go back to the cottage near Skytop would be the understatement of the century, but I had to. Getting into the golf cart was the easy part. Driving it back down the path through the woods was more difficult, and every time I had to stop and move fallen branches, it was harder to get going again. My nose was throbbing, and my head was thumping with a tension headache. The door was still standing open. I parked, got out of the cart, and at first could only stand there, rubbing at my poor swollen nose until it began to ooze blood again. The day was sunny and beautiful. The storm had washed away all the heat and humidity. But the room beyond that open door was a cave of shadows. There's nothing to worry about, I told myself. Nothing will happen. It's over. Only, what if it wasn't? What if the something was still happening? What if she was waiting for me and ready to reach with that claw made of faces? I forced myself up the steps, one at a time, and when a crow cawed harshly from the woods behind me, I cringed and screamed and covered my head. The only thing that kept me from bolting was the knowledge that if I didn't see what was in there, Mary Fay's death room would haunt me for the rest of my life. There was no pulsing abomination with a single black eye. Charlie's patient Omega lay as she had when I last saw her, with 2 bullet holes in her nightgown and 2 more in the sheet around her hips. Her mouth was open, and although there was no sign of that horrible black extrusion, I didn't even try to tell myself I had imagined it all. I knew better. The metal band, now dull and dark, still circled her forehead. Jacob's position had changed. Instead of lying on his side next to the bed with his knees drawn up, he was propped in a sitting position on the other side of the room against the bureau. My first thought was that he hadn't been dead after all. The terror of what had happened in here had brought on another stroke, but not an immediately fatal one. He had come to, crawled as far as the bureau, and died there. It could have been, except for the revolver in his hand. I stared at it for a long time, frowning, trying to recall. I couldn't then, and I've refused Ed Braithwaite's offer to hypnotize me in an effort to recover my blocked memories. Partly, this is because I'm afraid of what hypnosis might release from the darker regions of my mind. Mostly it's because I know what must have happened. I turned from Charlie's body. That expression of horror was still stamped on his face. To look at Mary Fay. I had fired the revolver 5 times, I was sure of that. But only 4 bullets had gone into her. 1 had gone wild. Not surprising when you consider my state of mind. But when I lifted my eyes to the wall, I saw 2 bullet holes there. Had I gone back to the resort, then returned the previous evening? I supposed it was possible, but I didn't think I could have brought myself to do that, even in a blackout. No. I had fixed this scene before I left. Then I went back, crashed the golf cart, staggered up the steps, and fell asleep in the lobby. Charlie hadn't dragged himself across the room. I was the one who did the dragging. I propped him against the bureau, put the gun in his right hand, and fired it into the wall. The cops who would eventually discover this bizarre scene might not test Charlie's hand for gunshot residue, but if they did, they would find it. I wanted to cover Mary Fay's face, but everything had to be left exactly as it was, and what I wanted most of all was to escape that room of shadows. I took a moment longer, though. I knelt beside my old fifth business and touched one of his thin wrists. "You should have stopped, Charlie," I said. "You should have stopped a long time ago." But could he have done that? It'd be easy to say yes, because that would allow me to lay blame. Only I'd have to blame myself as well, because I hadn't stopped either. Curiosity is a terrible thing, but it's human. So human. I hadn't been there at all, I told Dr. Braithwaite. That's what I decided, and there was only one person who could testify that I had been. The nurse, Ed said, Jenny Knowlton. I thought she'd have no choice but to help me. We had to help each other, and the way to do it would be to say we'd left Goat Mountain together. When Jacob started raving about turning off Mary Fay's life support, I was sure Jenny would go along with that, if only to make certain I kept quiet about her part in it. I didn't have her cell number, but I knew Jacob's would. His address book was in the Cooper suite, and sure enough, her number was in it. I called and got voicemail. I told her to call me back. Astrid's number was also in the book, so I tried her next. And also got voicemail? Yes. I put my hands over my face. Astrid's days of answering her phone had been all over by then. Yes, that's right. Here's what happened. Jenny drove her golf cart back to the resort. Jenny got into her Subaru. Jenny drove to Mount Desert Island without stopping. All she wanted was the comfort of home. That meant Astrid, and sure enough, Astrid was waiting for her. Their bodies were found just inside the front door. Astrid must have plunged the butcher knife into her partner's throat as soon as Jenny walked in. Then she used it to cut her wrists. She did it crosswise, not the recommended technique, but she cut all the way to the bone. I imagine them lying there in pools of drying blood, while first Jenny's phone rang in her purse, then Astrid's on the kitchen counter below the knife rack. I don't want to imagine that, but I'm helpless to stop it. Not all of Jacob's curers killed themselves, but over the next 2 years a great many did. Not all of them took loved ones with them, but over 50 did. This I know from my research, which I shared with Ed Braithwaite. He would like to write it off as coincidence. He can't quite do it, although he is happy to dispute my own conclusion from this parade of madness, suicide, and murder. Mother demands sacrifices. Patricia Farmingdale, the lady who poured salt in her eyes, recovered enough of her vision to smother her elderly father in his bed before blowing her brains out with her husband's Ruger. Emil Klein, the dirt eater, shot his wife and son, then went out to his garage, poured lawnmower gas over himself, and struck a match. Alice Adams, cured of cancer at a Cleveland revival, went into a convenience store with her boyfriend's AR-15 and unloaded, killing 3 random people. When the clip was empty, she pulled a snub-nosed .38 from her pocket and fired it into the roof of her mouth. Margaret Tremaine, one of Pastor Danny's San Diego cures, Crohn's disease, threw her infant son, from the balcony of her ninth-story apartment, then followed him down. Witnesses said she uttered not a sound as she fell. Then there was Al Stamper. You probably know about him. How could you have missed the screaming headlines in the supermarket tabloids? He invited both of his ex-wives to dinner, but one of them, the second, I believe, got caught in traffic and showed up late, which was lucky for her. When she walked in the open door of Stamper's Westchester home, she discovered wife number one roped to a chair at the dining room table with the top of her head caved in. The ex-lead singer of the Volites emerged from the kitchen, brandishing a baseball bat slimed with blood and hair. Wife number two fled the house, screaming, with Stamper chasing after her. Halfway down the residential street, he fell to the pavement, dead of a heart attack. No surprise there. He was a heavyweight. I'm sure I didn't find all the cases, scattered across the country as they were, and buried in the outbreaks of senseless violence that seem more and more to be a part of daily life in America. Bree could have found others, but she wouldn't have helped me even if she'd still been single and living in Colorado. Bree Donlin Hughes wants nothing to do with me these days, and I totally get that. Shortly before Christmas last year, Hugh phoned Bree's mother and asked her to come up to his office at the big house. He said he had a surprise for her, and he certainly did. He strangled his old lover with a lamp cord, carried her body into the garage, and slipped her into the passenger seat of his vintage Lincoln Continental. Then he got behind the wheel, started the engine, got some rock on the radio, and sucked exhaust. Bree knows I promised to steer clear of Jacobs, and Bree knows I lied. Let us suppose it's all true, Ed Braithwaite said during one of our recent sessions. How daring of you, I said. He smiled, but stayed on point. It still wouldn't follow that the vision you saw of that hellish afterlife was a true vision. I know it still haunts you, Jamie. But consider all the people, not excluding John of Patmos, author of the Book of Revelation, who've had visions of heaven and hell. Old men, old women, even children claim to have peeked beyond the veil. Heaven is for real is basically the afterlife vision of a kid who almost died when he was 4. Colton Burpo, I said. I read it. He talks about a horsey only Jesus can ride. Make fun all you want, Braithwaite said, shrugging. Lord knows it's an easy account to make fun of. But Burpo also met a miscarried sister whom he knew nothing about. That's verifiable information, like all those murder-suicides. Many murder-suicides, but Colton only met one sister, I said. The difference is one of quantity. I never took a course in statistics, but I know that. I'm happy to assume the kid's vision of the afterlife was false, because it supports my thesis that your vision of it, the sterile city, the ant things, the black paper sky, was equally false. You see what I'm driving at, don't you? Yes, and I'd love to buy into it. Of course I would. Anyone would. Because every man and woman owes a death, and the thought of going to the place I saw has done more than cast a shadow over my life. It has made that life seem thin and unimportant. No, not just my life. Every life. So I hang on to one thought. It's my mantra. The first thing I tell myself in the morning, and the last thing I tell myself at night. Mother lied. Mother lied. Mother lied. Sometimes I almost believe it. But there are reasons I can't quite manage to do so. There are signs. Before going back to Nederland, where I would discover that Hugh had killed himself after murdering Bree's mother, I drove to the home place in Harlow. There were 2 reasons for this. After Jacob's body was discovered, the police might get in touch with me and ask for an accounting of my time in Maine. That seemed important, although in the end they never did. But something else was more important. I needed the comfort of a familiar place and people who loved me. I didn't get it. You remember Carolyn, don't you? My great niece, the one I carried around at the Labor Day party in 2013 until she fell asleep on my shoulder. The one who held out her arms to me every time I came near. When I walked into the house where I'd grown up, Carolyn was between her mother and Dad, sitting in an old-fashioned high chair that I might have sat in once myself. When the little girl saw me, she began to scream and throw herself from side to side so violently that she would have tumbled to the floor if her dad hadn't caught her. She buried her face against his chest, still screeching at the top of her lungs. She only stopped when her grandfather Terry led me out onto the porch. "What the hell's that about?" he asked half humorously. "Last time you were here, she couldn't get enough of you." "Don't know," I said. But of course I did. I had hoped to stay a night, perhaps two, sucking up normality the way a vampire sucks blood, but that wasn't going to work. I didn't know exactly what Carolyn sensed in me, but I never wanted to see her small, terrified face again. I told Terry I just stopped by to say hello. Couldn't even stay for supper. Had a plane to catch in Portland. "I've been in Lewiston," I said. "Slop recording a band Norm Irving had told me about. He said he thought they had national potential." "And do they?" he asked. "Nah, strictly lo-fi." I made a business of looking at my watch. "Never mind the plane," Terry said. "You can catch another one. Come on in and have dinner with the family, little brother. Carol will settle down." I didn't think so. I told Terry I had recording gigs at Wolfjaw that I absolutely could not miss. I told him another time, and when he held out his arms to me, I hugged him hard, knowing chances were good I'd never see him again. I didn't know about the murders and suicides then, but I knew I was carrying something poisonous and would probably carry it for the rest of my life. The last thing I wanted was to infect the people I loved. On the way back to my rental car, I stopped and looked at the dirt strip between the lawn and Methodist Road. The road had been paved for years, but the strip of dirt looked just as it had when I used to play there with the toy soldiers my sister gave me for my 6th birthday. I had been kneeling there and playing with them one day in the fall of 1962 when a shadow fell over me. That shadow is still there. Have you murdered anyone? Ed Braithwaite has asked me this question on several occasions. It is, I believe, what's called incremental repetition. I always smile and tell him no. It's true that I put 4 bullets into poor Mary Fay, but the woman was already dead at the time, and Charles Jacobs died of a final cataclysmic stroke. If it hadn't happened that day, it would have happened on another, and probably before the year was out. And you obviously haven't committed suicide, Ed continues, smiling himself. Unless I'm hallucinating you, that is. You're not. The impulse isn't there. No. Not even as a theoretical possibility. One that comes to you in the dead of night, perhaps, when you can't sleep. No. My life these days is far from happy, but the antidepressants have put a floor under me. Suicide isn't on my radar. And given what may come after death, I want to live as long as possible. There's something else, too. I feel, rightly or wrongly, that I have a lot to atone for. Because of that, I'm still trying to be a do-right daddy. I cook at the Harbor House Soup Kitchen in Alpopu Street. I volunteered 2 days a week at the Goodwill on Keolu Drive, next to the Nene Goose Bakery. If you're dead, you can't atone for anything. Tell me, Jamie, why are you the special lemming who feels no urge to jump off the cliff? Why are you immune? I just smile and shrug. I could tell him, but he wouldn't believe me. Mary Fay was Mother's door into our world, but I was the key. Shooting a corpse kills nothing. Not that an immortal being such as Mother can be killed, but when I fired that pistol, I locked the door. I said no with more than my mouth. If I told my shrink that some otherworldly being, one of the great ones, was saving me for some final and apocalyptic act of revenge because of that no, said shrink might begin thinking about involuntary committal. I don't want that, because I have another duty, one I consider far more important than helping out at Harbor House or sorting clothes at the Goodwill. At the end of each session with Ed, I pay his receptionist by check. I can afford to do this because the itinerant rock guitarist turned recording engineer is now a wealthy man. Ironic, isn't it? Hugh Yates died without issue and left a substantial fortune handed down from his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather behind. There were many small bequests, including gifts of cash to Malcolm Mookie MacDonald and Hilary Katz, a.k.a. Pagan Starshine, but a large part of the estate was to be divided between me and Georgia Donlin. Given George's death at Hughes's hands, that particular bequest could have provided probate attorneys with 20 years' worth of legal munching and tasty fees, but since there was no one to kick up Dickens, I certainly wasn't going to. There was no wrangle. Hugh's lawyers got in touch with Bree and told her that, as the deceased was her mother, she arguably had a valid claim on the loot. Only Bree wouldn't argue. The lawyer who handled my end of the business told me Bree claimed Hugh's money was tainted. Perhaps so, but I had no compunctions about taking my share of it, partly because I played no part in Hugh's cure, mostly because I consider myself tainted already, and feel it's better to be tainted in comfort than in poverty. I have no idea what happened to the several million that would have gone to Georgia, and have no desire to find out. Too much knowledge isn't good for a person. I know that now. When my twice-weekly session is finished and my bill is paid, I leave Ed Braithwaite's outer office. Beyond is a wide, carpeted hall lined with other offices. A right turn would take me back to the lobby, and from the lobby to Coulier Road. But I don't turn right. I turn left. Finding Ed was just happenstance, you see. I originally came to the Brandon L. Martin Psychiatric Center on other business. I walked down the hallway, then crossed the fragrant, beautifully maintained garden that is the green heart of this large facility. Here, patients sit, taking the reliable Hawaiian sun. Many are fully dressed. Some are in pajamas or nightgowns. A few, recent arrivals I believe, were hospital Johnnies. Some engage in conversations, either with fellow patients or with unseen companions. Others merely sit, looking at the trees and flowers with vacant, drugged-to-the-gills stares. 2 or 3 are accompanied by attendants, lest they hurt themselves or others. The attendants usually greet me by name as I pass. They know me well by now. On the other side of this open-air atrium is Cosgrove Hall, one of 3 Martin Center inpatient residences. The other 2 are for short-termers, mainly people with substance abuse problems. The usual stay in those is 28 days. Cosgrove is for people with issues that take longer to resolve, if they ever do. Like the corridor in the main building, the one in Cosgrove is wide and carpeted. Like the corridor in the main building, the air is chilled to perfection. But there are no pictures on the walls, and no Muzak either. Because in it, some of the patients hear voices murmuring obscenities or issuing sinister directives. In the main building's corridor, some of the doors are open. Here, all are shut. My brother, Conrad, has been residing in Cosgrove Hall for almost 2 years now. The Martin Center administrators and the psychiatrist in charge of his case want to move him to a more permanent facility. Aloha Village on Maui has been mentioned, but so far I have resisted. Here in Kailua, I can visit him after my appointments with Ed, and thanks to Hugh's generosity, I can afford his upkeep. Although I must admit my walks down the Cosgrove hallway are a trial. I try to make them with my eyes fixed on my feet. I can do that, because I know it's exactly 142 steps from the atrium doorway to Con's small suite. I don't always succeed. Sometimes I hear a voice whispering my name, but mostly I do. You remember Con's partner, don't you? The hunk from the University of Hawaii Botany Department? I didn't name him then and don't intend to now, although I might have done if he ever visited Connie. He doesn't, though. If you asked him, I'm sure he'd say, "Why in God's name would I want to visit the man who tried to kill me?" I can think of 2 reasons. 1, Con wasn't in his right mind, or in any mind at all, for that matter. After hitting the hunk over the head with a lamp, my brother ran into the bathroom, locked the door, and swallowed a handful of Valium tablets. A small handful. When Botany Boy came around, with a bloody scalp that needed stitches, but otherwise not much the worse for wear, he called 911. The police came and broke down the bathroom door. Con was passed out and snoring in the tub. The EMTs examined him and didn't even bother to pump his stomach. Con didn't try very hard to kill either Botany Boy or himself. That's the other reason. But of course, he was one of Jacob's first cures. Probably the first. On the day he left Harlow, Charlie told me that Con had almost certainly cured himself. The rest had been a trick, pure hugger-mugger. It's a skill they try to teach in divinity school, he'd said. I was always good at it. Only he lied. The cure was as real as Con's current state of semi-catatonia. I know that now. I was the one Charlie conned. Not just once, but again and again and again. Still, count your blessings, right? Conrad Morton had a lot of good stargazing years before I woke Mother. And there's hope for him. He plays tennis, after all, although he never speaks. And as I said, he's a volleyball monster. His doctor says he's begun to show increased outward response, whatever that is when it's at home. And the nurses and orderlies are less likely to come in and see him standing in the corner and striking his head lightly against the wall. Ed Braithwaite says that in time, Conrad may come all the way back, that he may revive. I choose to believe he will. People say that where there's life, there's hope, and I have no quarrel with that. But I also believe the reverse. There is hope. Therefore I live. Twice a week, after my talks with Ed, I sit in the living room of my brother's suite and talk some more. Some of what I tell him is real. A kerfuffle at Harbor House that brought the police. A particularly large haul of almost new clothes at the Goodwill. How I've finally gotten around to watching all 5 seasons of The Wire. And some of it is made up, like the woman I'm supposedly seeing who works as a waitress at the Nene Goose Bakery, and the long Skype conversations I have with Terry. Our visits are monologues rather than conversations, and that makes fiction necessary. My real life just won't do, because these days it's as sparsely furnished as a cheap hotel room. I always finish by telling him he's too thin. He has to eat more, and by telling him that I love him. Do you love me, Con? I ask. So far, he hasn't answered, but sometimes he smiles a little. That's an answer of a kind. Wouldn't you agree? When 4 o'clock comes and our visit is over, I reverse course and walk back down to the atrium, where the shadows of the palms, the avocados, and the big twisted banyan at the center of it all have begun to grow long. I count my steps, and I take little glances at the door ahead of me, but otherwise keep my gaze firmly fixed on the carpet, unless I hear that voice whispering my name. Sometimes when that happens, I'm able to ignore it. Sometimes I cannot. Sometimes I look up in spite of myself and see that the hospital wall, painted soothing pastel yellow, has been replaced with gray stones held together by ancient mortar and covered with ivy. The ivy is dead, and the branches look like grasping skeletal hands. The small door in the wall is hidden. Astrid was right about that. But it's there. The voice comes from behind it, drifting through an ancient, rusty keyhole. I walk on resolutely. Of course I do. Horrors beyond comprehension wait on the other side of that door. Not just the land of death, but the land beyond death, a place full of insane colors, mad geometry, and bottomless chasms where the great ones live their endless, alien lives and think their endless, malevolent thoughts. It's the null beyond that door. I walk on and think of the couplet in Bree's last email. That is not dead, which can eternal lie, and with strange eons, even death may die. Jamie, an old woman's voice whispers from the keyhole of a door only I can see. Come to me, and live forever. No, I tell her, just as I told her in my vision. No. And so far, so good. But eventually something will happen. Something always does. And when it does, I Will Come to Mother. April 6th, 2013 to December 27th, 2013.
Revival was written by Stephen King and read by David Morse. It was recorded at Philadelphia Post by Steve Campagna. Editing and post-production by Mike DeCino for Common Mode. Terry Hogan was the mix engineer. The associate producer was Michael Noble. Revival was produced and directed by Christina Zarafanidis. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Revival is available in print from Scribner. Also from Simon & Schuster Audio, Stephen King's Mr. Mercedes and Dr. Sleep, both read by Will Patton.